straight, we head towards Lecombe for the first time. Shane Larson goes defensive. We're almost 3 wide as we have Meisel now getting involved in the action, but it's Larson who leads Arnold in second place.
Come in with all that traffic right there.
Yeah, really strategic. Oh, there's a big accident there. Who was that spinning out? There's an LMP2 involved as well. The 38 car. Oh, that's wide from P2 there. He's in the barrier.
You're coming up on the field right now. This is our tightest battle on the track right now. In the 7th spot is Matthew Duder, right behind Agustin Castro and Justin Hall right ahead of him. So this is a battle for the 5th, 6th, and 7th spot. And it looks like Matthew Duder right there. Oh, we've got a car in the sideways in turn 3 again.
I'm in. Good evening, good morning, everybody, and welcome along to the WSRL Endurance, the Endurance League of this season. It is the Nurburgring combined this afternoon, and it should be a spectacular circuit, a spectacular race. I found what is a spectacular circuit. I apologise, we're sort of rushed into this one. However, we've just coming towards the end of the qualifying session. If I can manage to get my words together in the end. I am Tom Dillon, and alongside me this evening is Randall McGrew. And Randall, I'm expecting a very exciting race here. It's a very unique circuit. It's a circuit that is going to pose a very interesting challenge to these drivers. What are you sort of expecting?
The Nurburgring is called the Green Hell for a reason, and endurance races here are all about survival. It's one thing to be fast, but it's another thing to be clean over 4 hours and on a very twisting circuit. It gets very narrow at some points. It's hard to keep it on the track, especially when you're dealing with traffic, and seeing downforce cars like the LMP2 deal with much slower cars like the GT4s could be very interesting.
Absolutely, and I think that's what we're expecting as we head on through this session. Qualifying's got about 2 minutes to go, then we go to the formation lap. At the moment, this Metamorphosis number 98 car is on the final lap of their session, heading on through I think sector 2 this is of the Nurburgring circuit, down the Dottinghour straight. Actually looking like they're pulling out of the lap, I thought for a moment, but no, just bouncing along in that LMP2, looking to go into pole position. I think the more interesting thing here is that 2.3 seconds is the gap from first to third in the LMP2 category, 0.4 of a second between first and second. It's really not a great gap, that's for the LMP2 category, particularly around this circuit.
Yeah, normally you'd see a 2.3 second gap as being an eternity on a racetrack, but when your lap time is 7.5 minutes, that's more like 2.3 tenths. So not very far off the pace at all. And as he improves there, he's only 9 tenths off. So very much on the pace. It looks like just 1.5 seconds, maybe separating the top 4, but we should be seeing some flying laps come to a finish here right at the closing stages, and maybe a little bit of shake up here on the timing tower.
Well, we look at the Maradna Sapphire car heading across the line, may be able to get one more in actually here. They've timed that quite perfectly actually in the number 70 across the line to go 0.02 of a second behind the Metamorphosis car, which is actually quite incredible. Randall will go for a final lap as well, I believe, in that Maradna Sapphire car. Here is the Vaporworks just parked off to the side of the road there as we go back to one of the GT3s. This is the number 227, the shut up and drive it car, onto the grass ever so slightly through that section of the circuit. And I know we did the AMS race here, and one thing that I have picked up is that around the Nurburgring, it's very difficult to see where you are actually on the circuit. And from driving the Nurburgring myself, Randall, it often can be quite difficult to keep track, particularly if you doze off ever so slightly. And how much do you think that's going to come into it throughout the day? Is obviously being a 4-hour race, people having to do a fair stint around here.
So there's a spot about a quarter of the way through the lap. I can't remember the actual turn name, but the common name for it is miss hit miss, because it's a triple apex that you only hit the center apex on, and that entry looks very similar to another section of the track, and it's very easy to become complacent and find yourself in the wall at the exit there.
Well, as we look at the starting grid as they get ready to do the very short out lap here, the formation lap around this circuit, Randall, take us through it.
Starting P1 with a time of 7:24.438 is the Sapphire SimSport Charlie team in the number 92. Alongside them will be the number 59 of Prismatic Motorsports Freya. Starting P3 is Team Metamorphosis. P4 is your back-to-back winner so far this season, Maradna Sapphire, with Nathan Olson taking over the start. P5 is Maradness Green. P6, Vaporworks Motorsports. P7, the Wrong Stuff Black, with league admin Will Coffey behind the wheel. Then we jump into the GT3s with Prismatic Motorsports starting on the GT3 pole in P8. GPVA PPA Racing Team in P9. MV Skin Lab DS Racing in P10. Natural Surla Porfia Racing in P11. MIA WSRL Endurance in P12. Empire Racing with the Wildman Bobby Flack behind the wheel starting P13. Shut Up and Drive It B1. P14 GPVA Natural Surla Porfia in P15. GPVA GM Hungaski Racing in P16. Maradness Purple P17. Shut Up and Drive It G2 in P18. Shut Up and Drive It A1 starting 19th, and alongside them is Shut Up and Drive It G1 in P20. Shut Up and Drive It with another entry in P21. Prismatic Motorsports in P22. Tabula Rasa Esports P23. Prosciutto Punch Racing, with who has the points lead in that class, is in P22. Tabula Rasa Esports GPVA PPA Racing Team in P25. Rabbit Chase Racing P26. Maradness Black P27. DS Racing rounds out the GT3 field in 28th. Starting overall P29 on the GT4 pole, Sapphire SimSport Bravo. Alongside them, Sapphire SimSport Alpha in P30. MIA Team Merc in P31. 499 Racing Jack Lee starting that race in P32. Sapphire SimSport Delta rounding out the GT4 field, and it looks like Jamie Southwell in the Wrong Stuff Pink did not set a qualifying time in the LMP2 and will actually be starting up with the LMP cars.
And it's going to be interesting to see how he is able to siphon his way through this field, I think. But it's only a very short formation lap on this circuit, which is a little bit counterintuitive given the length of it. However, they just join where the Turistenfaden sessions start and go down the end of the straight and then get it underway. I'll ask you straight away, Randall, as we've seen a few rounds in this season so far. Maradness doing very well as a team to win the first two. Who do you think is going to win this one overall?
Well, it's hard to not put your money on that team, but Nurburgring is one of those tracks where you have a lot of people that can be brought in as ringers, or a lot of people will just be exceptionally good at this track. It's a favorite for a lot of drivers, so you'll see people that have way more experience at this track than any other track. So it's going to be hard to call an overall winner here, though it's hard to put money against that Sapphire team, especially with Nathan Olson behind the wheel.
And well, if you've got any questions in the YouTube chat, or you just want to say hi, we will be reading them out over the course of the afternoon. We're getting ready to go here for this race. It is going to be on the left-hand side here, well, the right-hand side on driver's right, that you see the pole sitter ready to go as the safety car goes in to the pit lane. Round 3 of the WSRL endurance season then at the Nurburgring, and it is green flag flying. It's a very good start for the number 92, is already away into the distance down into turn 1. There is going to be a challenge, however, from the number 70, perhaps on the 59 as they go down through turn 1. The majority of the LMP2 field, of course, the 98 looking to hold on to that position as well. Here we go for the GT categories. Then it's the Porsche on the inside looking to make a move into turn 1 and get the lead of the race. Does do so absolutely perfectly there as they all try and make their way through the safer part of this circuit. All immediately, there's a bit of contact at the back actually with one of the BMWs and the Porsche. It's by far the largest field here, the GT3s, as the GT4s start to get ready for their race start. Let's go to those as they head through turn 1. It's going to be the 420 able to hold on to that second position. It's a very small field actually, only 5 cars in these GT4s, so it's crucial that they stay together for the duration of this race, I'd say, Randall, as they make sure that they don't give themselves too much to do a little bit later on. But as we head back to the GT3s, it looks like it's been a pretty clean start apart from that minor issue.
Yeah, the GT3 field had a bit more frenetic of a start compared to the LMP2s, but it looks like they got it mostly sorted out here. Everybody's single file now. Now it's a matter of finding your pace, finding your rhythm, maybe trying to save some fuel. The GT4s are going to have to work to stay together. I found in my experience that it's pretty easy to save fuel on the GT4, so some of those guys may be employing an early fuel save strategy. If they can get 2 6-lap stints out of their tanks, then they can save a pit stop. It looks like maybe we have an incident here that we're going to look at.
Yes, just waiting to see what happened. I think this might actually have been that contact with the Porsches, but I can't see it on my screen.
No, it's
one of the
Jacob
GT4s.
Money. Yeah, Jacob Money in the GT4 looks like he brings in just a little too much speed into the Dunlop curve and spins it around on his own, doesn't collect anybody, gets the car pointed in the right direction. It's okay, it's very early in this race, plenty of time to catch back up and make time in the pit stops.
Well, the concerning thing there only really being that if you're crashing through the Grand Prix section of this circuit, how are you going to survive the Nordschleife? But I'm sure Jacob Money just an early blip and will get his head down as these guys snake on through. Now this is pretty incredible, seeing all of the GT3 cars snaking on through up to Flugplatz. Now the car gets so light through here, and look at the Porsche already. That Prismatic Motorsports Athena, the 283 is pulled out a 1.5 second advantage. Meanwhile, the Sapphire Simsport Charlie, the number 92, who got away so well off of the start of this race, is now actually losing a great deal of time to the Miradna Sapphire in second position. You can see here, absolutely got the race start perfectly, didn't they? But not quite able to consolidate as we head on through. LMP2's so downforce based, aren't they, that these cars are going to be so difficult to follow, probably with the dirty air being kicked up through a lot of this track. It's going to overheat the tyres as well, and I think this is going to be very difficult for the drivers to manage.
There's so many corners on this track. There's basically every corner type that you can think of. So setting up the car can be a unique challenge here because you'll be faster in some sections, but it'll sacrifice other sectors. So we could just be seeing that Sapphire maybe has a setup that's not as good through some of the slower sections and will pull away in the faster sections, but it's going to be difficult to tell.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, hello to everyone in the YouTube chat. Jamie Martin says, honestly, I have a good feeling about the Prismatic cars. I wonder why there. Jamie, his country boy, says, hello, Slow Motion. How are you? We're absolutely great this afternoon. It should be a very exciting race. I think that's what we're seeing so far as the GT3s at least. Oh, there's a move in LMP2. It's the Miradna Sapphire getting to the lead of the race. And in fact, it looks like there's been a crash for the 92. The 92 is round and has absolutely lost out off of the start. It was almost a perfect start, and now we see what happened.
It's like a little bit of side-to-side contact. It's hard to tell who was at fault there. Two cars trying to go for the same piece of tarmac, and the 92 comes out the worst for it. It's unfortunate, but again, there's a lot of time. These cars repair very well. It doesn't look like he sustained much damage, but just need to carry on with it and try to make up that time as much as possible.
another incident by the looks of it for Lee in the GT4 category, the 499 racing car. Again, having a bit of an issue with the replays on my screen, so I'm afraid I can't see those, but something not ideal from his perspective. But it is the Moradnes Sapphire who leads the way after all is said and done, and now it's going to be the prismatic number 59 that is perhaps looking to avenge that 92 and get on through for the lead of the race. 3/10 of a second. That's going to really hot up down the Dottinger, I would suggest. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But Sapphire at the moment in the lead of the race. Nathan Olsen is at the helm of that machine, and I think it's all about getting yourself in here, as you really have just got to try and get into whatever rhythm you can. I think in this particular circuit, it's so unusual in that a little bit of a moment, even your teammate coming over the radio can really upset you and almost send you into the wall, as we actually see. Case in point, it's Wayne Castile doing almost exactly what I said. Not going into the wall, he's going to survive in 4th position there in the number 33. But when your teammate is, and perhaps even championship rival, is at the top of the order, it's a little bit frustrating to have a crash.
We're on board now with Alberto Fiore. It looks like he had an issue, and this actually looks like a second issue. There's already a lot of damage on the front end of that car. He's having a lot of problems. Oh, that is an unfortunate place to stop to pull over, and right on the racing line brings the car to a stop. Looked like it was pretty heavily damaged. He was having problems steering it. Wanted to call the tow truck. Chose an interesting place to do that. Manages to collect one of the GT4 drivers.
Probably an incredibly frustrating incident for the GT4s, though yellow flags are, of course, there. It is a bit of a silly place. Watching the replay on the YouTube now, it's a bit of a silly place to pull over, but then again, there's not too great place to pull over around this circuit. There was one of the GT3 cars trying to, well, not trying to, but kicking up a great deal of dirt as they head through. I think this is sector 1 now for the second lap. Well, they might just be heading up to the end. Again, not too sure. There we go, at the end of the lap. And up to the second carousel. That DMW is going to try and hold on to this second position. It's 395 at the helm of this train. Up to the Dottinger now for the first time in this race. This is where it's going to get really hot and spicy. You can see that Porsche just waiting to bide its time, waiting to pull out, using the slipstream to the best of its advantage. The Mercedes here is going to have a real run. Actually, up into second position is that 395 of the Mercedes looking to thread the needle.
Oh, no.
Oh, you can see it happening, and the three of them come together. It is a huge, huge accident, and I'm afraid when you try and thread the needle like that, there's a BMW getting involved as well. 2 BMWs, and oh no, he comes onto the road, and it's in the air.
Oh man,
My word.
You really need to have a bit more awareness when you're in an incident like that to hold the brake. You got to know that the entire field is coming behind you. It looks like a few people just got the red haze in their eyes and were not showing any patience. Going 3 wide at a spot like that is possible, but difficult.
Oh,
and more
continue. And there's more damage in this race for the GT3 cars. And oh my word, it's another BMW. It's another Mercedes. And, well, a third BMW. There's, oh no, there's someone on the, oh my word, on his roof. That is a 395, and how has he managed to do that? Good grief.
Looked like maybe he was trying to bring it to pit lane, and no, he looks like he had some help trying to go to pit lane, and another car tried to dip to the inside to go to pit lane. It's tough to see exactly what happened there. Lots of heartbreak for the GT3 field at the end of the first lap, and a massive lead for Prismatic Motorsports Athena as a result. Now a 13-second lead was already up to 4.5 seconds before the mayhem started, and I think the stewards are going to be busy after this one.
Never mind heartbreak, I think a great deal of neck break as well in all of that. But no, I think I'm going to put that onto the Mercedes. Why on earth are you trying to thread the needle there? On the first lap of the race? I mean, it would have been a spectacular move had he pulled it off, but I don't think the right move to make, and I think that was evidenced with what happened. So, not in the race director's naughty corner is the number 92 the number 86. These two probably trying to have a bit of a clean battle. That 92 on the comeback trail now for presumably the rest of the race. Here's something that happened to Wayne Greenan into turn one. One of the, well, Mercedes caught up in that incident and just having a bit of an issue, isn't he? And he has to pull off the road.
It looks like he just had a lot of damage, was going to try to carry on with the car, pulls it through turn one and realizes that the steering might just be a little too shot, pulls it off the racing line and calls the tow truck.
Yes, absolutely unbelievable start. I don't think I've ever seen an accident quite like that in all my years of commentating on virtual racing. That's unbelievable. It's, I think, 3.5 years now, and that's the first time I've seen 3 cars. There's another person caught up in all of the incidents, the 3-2-4. There's, well, it's just frustrating, isn't it, from a GT3 perspective? And now that field is totally shaken up. All of a sudden, shut up and drive it. Second, third, and fourth, eyeing up perhaps a 1-2 finish, if at all possible. I don't believe they were caught up in that incident, though, to be honest with you. I didn't really see who was caught up in the incident. I just saw about 75% of the GT3 field in absolute bedlam.
Yeah, it's hard to pick out the survivors there. The race official will be very, as we see, Nathan Olsen runs wide there on his own. Looks like he manages to keep it out of the wall. No harm, no foul, but it's going to close that gap. Prismatic is going to be able to catch back up, maybe get the slipstream down the long, not straight back straightaway.
Yeah, it's also the longest, and I love to bring up this fact every time we commentate on the Nordschleife, but also the longest allowed by the FIA straight. It is that dotting hour, or however on earth you're supposed to pronounce it. It's that straight is the longest that is physically allowed under FIA regulations. Here are some GT3 cars looking perhaps to battle a little bit more cleanly than their counterparts. This is a battle between the red-plated Pro-Am and the Pro Car. It's the number 317 in 7th position, looking to make a move into perhaps 6th on the DS Racing car. However, I think it would be very, very optimistic, let's say, to get through into that particular chicane, and he's going to hold on to the position for the moment. Is the DS Racing car.
As a racing official, I typically am go under the philosophy that every inch of racetrack is a passing zone. However, as a driver, especially in an endurance race, you have to be a bit more pragmatic than that. There are some really good passing opportunities around the ring. There are some not great spots, so patience often pays out. And if you find yourself slowed down by a car in front of you and you're not near one of those good passing zones, it presents a really good opportunity to fuel save. So hopefully, discretion is the better part of valor for the rest of the day.
Seeing a more unique sponsorship on the side of that car. Oh no, is this not the race leader? It is Wayne Castile in the number 33. It's the race leader's teammate. It's the green Maradness car. He's just gone into the wall, hasn't he? Quite hard, actually. The tap on the inside, and then one-way ticket to the barrier on the outside. And Wayne Castile, after, well, watching him out over there in Road America at the start of the season, I wasn't here for Silverstone, but he had such a good drive there. Clearly, the Nurburgring just perhaps being a little bit of a frustrating one for him. We know he can drive it. Did fairly well, if I remember, in the AMS race that we ran at this circuit. But obviously Wayne Castile just ever so slightly frustrated now. Already GT3 traffic catching up to the GT4s, though come to think of it, that's probably something to do with the pretty major incident. They're just trying to get their way back through the field. This actually a pass for overall position, as we see the 376, I think that is, trying to make a move on the 289 Mercedes as they head on through around this circuit. It's the Rabbit Chase racing car trying to get ahead of the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia. And I have to say that they really have got these team names down to a T of Prismatic.
They definitely have a theme. It is difficult sometimes to keep track of which one's which on track, but the timing tire will help you follow which team you're looking at and help you keep those straight. But yes, Prismatic definitely has it down to a science. Their team is very well managed.
It's just a correction from a little bit earlier on. The red plate car is the amateur and the blue plate is the pro-am. So this is a move actually on an amateur division car. They do get points, if I'm not mistaken, for both. As actually we see something happening to Chorosetsky. Up through right-hander, just clips the wall on the outside and he's able to hold on to the car. Very good save in the end. However, it was just still on that barrier on the outside, just frustrating him. Clearly quite a fair deal, but as we go back to this battle with the Rabbit Chase and that Prismatic Motorsport car, as well as everyone ahead, it seems to be a massive train. That Rabbit Chase actually has lost out a couple of positions, haven't they?
They are down a few positions, but that could be partly from the mayhem that ensued on the back straightaway there on lap 1. And as we speak, he goes wide and drifts it through the grass, manages to keep it out of the barrier. A pretty good save, not a lot of time lost. Needs to buckle down, make sure that one mistake doesn't turn into a bunch more mistakes, find his groove, and carry on.
It's well, that's just a case of the GT3 field being overcome with some form of issue. Oh no, there's more drama, and this time it's for the shut up and drive it G2. It's the 296, and he's in the middle of the road. He's going to have to get out of this position as quickly as possible. Superbly executed 3-point turn, my friend. However, he's now got to try and slot his way back in all of this traffic with that damaged rear wing. He's going to give way to the GT3 as well, down into 8th position. Mercedes, I should say. They're all GT3 cars. But looking at the replay of what's happened here then to Jesse Olsen. Goes through into sector 3 this is, and just manages to clip the grass, I think. Very good driving from the Mercedes to get out of the way. But really, at this stage in the race, everyone is just being overcome by some sort of, I don't know, everyone seems to be having an issue, particularly in the GT3 field.
That's the nature of the Nurburgring. It'll reach out and grab you sometimes. You need to be very aware where you're at. It looks like Jesse Olsen was trying to push it there right before Dottinger got a little bit wide, like you said, touched the grass, and around he went. And possibly the worst place to have an incident, because you're going to be down on speed and hit Dottinger at a much lower speed than the cars coming up behind you. Ends up losing a lot of time because of that incident.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the shut up and drive it car trying to make his way back through this field. As oh no, there's a Mercedes now around, and it's starting to get slightly predictable. GT3 cars having issues in this race, as this time it's Boyd Payne. It goes down into turn 1. I think here looks like he's just going to either lock the rears or just turn in a little bit too much. He gets a tap around as well to help him on his way. So actually probably a bit of an innocent party there, just sliding the car and then being tapped around. So probably not got anything to do with the rear brakes, as I suggested. Here is a move from that shut up and drive it car down the inside into the hairpin. You can overtake on all of the corners of this Grand Prix section. It looks like that 296 is going to be able to get around on the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia car. Does do so, and now probably holds that position for the entire ring section as well.
They got a lot of making up to do from that incident, so it looks like he's getting started very early here, getting around one car in the GP circuit. As you mentioned, one of the better places to pass is in the GP circuit. Now to set up for the long run through the ring and maybe to get another spot and hopefully close the gap to Bobby Flack to get that slipstream down Dottinger at the end of the lap.
I think that is what we're having a look at, is the move down into the final corner on the Nurburgring. But anyway, it's the shut up and drive it car still trying to get ahead. And I think if you see the track map on your screen here, as we move to the leader in the class, 17.2 seconds. Now, let's not be totally cynical about this. However, the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car hasn't exactly got all of these 17 seconds on merit. There has been a little bit of help from the cars behind to pull out this gap. However, they're in a really good spot, aren't they here? They were leading the race anyway and just able to capitalise on the absolute chaos from the rest of the field. And you have to say, as we get to about a third distance in this first stint, Randall, maybe maybe they could start to run away with this. So here's a move. This is actually going to be the 92, the pole sitter, who's able to get through on Wayne Castile. I think Wayne actually made a bit of a mistake there, and it's allowed the 92 to get around because it's a little bit of an unusual place to make a move. But there we go. Wayne Castile down into 6th position.
Looked like he might have been actually surrendering the spot on the uphill run to Courage Corner and then got wide and had to back out even further, making the overtake even easier. So the little bit of damage that he has on that car is making it a little tough to handle. You see he's wrestling the wheel a little bit through some of these corners, but going to carry on. It's only a 4-lap fuel stint for these LMPs, so if he can carry on until the stop, that'll save some time as opposed to coming in early and messing up the pit strategy.
Yeah, he does seem to be struggling a little bit, doesn't he, Wayne Castile? LMP2 cars don't typically oversteer like that, do they? Especially around some of the more medium speed corners. They're typically quite planted. They're typically, I mean, they can be quite on rails, but you don't typically see them oversteering quite to that degree. So obviously a little bit of damage, some demons to fight in that car for Wayne Castile as we go back to the leader in the GT4 category. Still got some GT3s getting around. Obviously these are the GT3s that were caught up in that incident, and I don't know why that GT3 is flashing his lights, as technically speaking the GT4 hasn't got any way, or doesn't have to let him through in any capacity at all. It's all on the GT3, but their fault for putting themselves into this position, really, with that crash a little bit earlier on. Although I know there were some obviously innocent parties. That's 395. And nothing used to wind me up more when I was racing in lower classes than a higher class driver flashing their lights at me.
Yeah, that used to bother me too. And then at one point, I just realized they're trying to throw a dance party, and Wayne Castile having problems again. Looks like he's spun it on his own, is getting it back in the right direction. It's tough to tell if he made any contact with the wall. I guess we're going to see a replay now. Coming through one of the highest speed sections of the track, a long full throttle run just before the second carousel, and looks like maybe he had some connection issues or a PC freezing. So gonna chalk this up to a hardware issue on the car, and manages to hit the wall. Doesn't look like he got too much extra damage on the car, but he is quite slow now.
Fastest lap of the race for the Metamorphosis number 98 car, and look at the crabbing on Wayne Castile's car. So
bad,
yes. I think on that evidence he is going to have to come into the pits on this lap, as that is clearly not a car you are able to drive at any reasonable capacity. And maybe now Wayne Castile can come into the pits, get that car fixed, and get himself back out and maybe put in a bit of a better stint. But now he's got to keep an eye on that Vaporworks car, as the number 86 is going to get through. That is really precarious, but well driven by the two of them. Wrong Stuff Pink down in 8th position. They said that they were wanting to just sort of cruise along in this stint and pick up the pieces around them. Something's happened to Justin Hall in the 294.
I'm gonna guess that he's gonna down into the slowest corner on the track, gets the braking a little bit wrong, has to catch a big batch of snap oversteer, manages to keep it completely on track though, so very well handled.
And there is the much troubled Wayne Castile into the pits in that number 33 car, and I imagine we won't see him leaving for quite a long time. In fact, it looks like he's retired that car, I want to say. He definitely went back into the garage, figuratively speaking, but I don't know whether we're going to see him come back out or not.
They do have two fast repairs. The bigger problem that car is going to have is, since they took they pit a lap early, this race could go 32 laps for the LMP2s. If it does go for that 32nd lap, they may have to stop for 1 lap of fuel at the end.
Yeah, and that would be incredibly frustrating. I know when we raced this track on R-Factor 2, we did essentially the same race as this one. It was a 4-hour event with LMP2s and GT3s. There was LMP1s as well involved in this. It was absolute chaos. But we're actually underfueling the LMP2. I don't know how that translates to iRacing, of course, as they're very different cars. For a start, one's a Nareka and one's a Dallara. However, we're actually underfueling the LMP2 because we figured that there was no way we were going to be able to stretch an extra lap on our fuel. It was such on a bubble that we thought, actually, if we put 68 litres, I think, I'm just pulling a number out for an example, but if we were able to put that slightly less fuel in the car, then we wouldn't have to be so heavy. We could actually run lighter throughout the stint. So I think the point I'm trying to make is the fuel is right on a bubble around this circuit, no matter what car you're in, because frankly the stint is so short, and having to come in a lap early, as you mentioned, is so damaging for these guys.
Oh, we see Robbie McAfee, but the GT4 leader is off track and does collect the wall. Doesn't look like heavy damage, but significant damage nonetheless. Just comes over the crest of the hill, gets a little bit wide. It's very easy to run wide there. I know that he's in the wall there and sustaining some car damage, but actually gets away with one. That could have turned out way worse. And looks like he still maintains a 7-second lead over P2. So no real harm done as long as the steering wheel is relatively straight. Carry on.
Well, 25 minutes into this race then, and it is absolutely all kicked off at the Nurburgring, and we see more battles raging on, this time between the 395 and the 294, the closest two cars from what I can see on the circuit at least on our timing tower. I'll check the full live timing. Here is the visor cam shot, again, at least metaphorically speaking, virtually speaking I should say, trying to see if this 395 can get around on the dotting hour. There is no real difference in speed between the BMWs. It's all going to be about, as in fact he's twitching so much in that car ahead. I think he might be grabbing and finding himself a few issues there in that 294. Look at him, he's really struggling, and I think actually that here the GPVA PPA team is knowing that and saying, get out of the way, because why are you so twitchy along the straight and just not letting me through? Because it's borderline unsafe, isn't it? Look at how twitchy he is.
Yeah, the 395 there was going for a pass, backed out, and you can see on the dash that he was flashing his lights saying, get out of the way, but it didn't happen, and we don't see the 294 coming to the pit, so I'm not really sure what's going on there, and that may be something the stewards look at after the race, because you're right, not very safe, and props to the 395 for backing out and playing it safe, rather than taking the chance at an incident, because we did see that 294 as the 395 pulled alongside looked like he touched the grass, so very difficult to understand what's going on there.
If he's twitching that much, why isn't the sim giving him the technical flag? Because obviously it's not safe to drive down the straight if someone's having to pull out of a pass.
Yeah, the iRacing sim does not really enforce any sort of line maintenance or weaving or anything like that. That's going to be on race stewards after the race to look at. So the sim itself doesn't actually account for that. So that's why you're not seeing any sort of yellow, black flag or anything like that.
Well, here is an incident for the 288. This is one of the Porsches heading through the chicane up to the start of the North Loop and just locks up the rears, I think, there, and goes round. No huge drama, able to check the relative. Well, very difficult to remember to check the relative actually when you're under the pressure of having spun. Able to get back going again though, and now has a huge task ahead of him to get back ahead. Hearing in my ear that he did crash again. We're trying to find that tape, the tape of that for you. Here is Marco Valleja. He's trying to attack the 7th placed car. He just goes into the wall, just gets a bit loose and straight into the wall, and that is, oh no, and then goes straight back out, and there's someone there, and oh dear.
We're going to see some communications from the league administrators after this race about holding your brakes after you make an incident and taking a look at your relative before you make a move. It's very easy to have the red mist kind of fill your vision, and you're just trying to get the car back going again. You really need to take a breath, look at that relative before you release the brake and start trying to correct the car. We've seen that's at least 4 or 5 times today that we've seen that. Normally not an issue with this league. WSRL runs pretty clean leagues, so it's a bit of an anomaly to be seeing that this much today.
I think this is just a case of everyone being flustered and frustrated. You sometimes get that where there's almost a sort of joint frustration amongst all of the drivers as we see the LMP2s come into the pits as well, whilst we're at it, the 70 and the 59 as well as the 98. I don't think anyone's going to be stretching an extra lap on fuel, especially when that lap is 8 minutes long. So going to go into this for 7.5 minutes, but who's really counting? As I do want to say, Jamie Martin in chat says the naming for the Sapphire cars, not the Sapphire, sorry, the Prismatic cars, as I'm going mad today it appears. But the naming for the Sapphire, the Prismatic cars comes from ancient femme and non-binary goddesses. Apparently it just works.
They definitely have that. Most of them seem to be Nordic, but definitely that theme going on, and I appreciate it as a fan of mythology and fantasy. Definitely fitting.
Well, certainly quite fitting, as we see, as expected, the only car in LMP2 that I imagine will staying out here is the 33, as don't want to be pitting twice in the space of a fuel stint. That would certainly be a little bit frustrating, but everyone back out. It is the 70 that holds on to the lead, but actually very close to the number 59, as you're just slightly corrected there in chat, Randall, as Athena is Greek apparently, according to Aptitude Cassette. But anyway, we see Nathan Olsen trying to pull a bit of a gap now, I imagine, in his Maradna's Sapphire car.
The top three of this LMP field have been very tight, so it's good to see that we have a nice, good race for the lead here, all trebles aside. Justin Barrera in the Team Metamorphosis car is able to hold on to them. There's a bit of a gap forming there, but he's definitely in this race still.
Absolutely, is this Miranda Sapphire car has lost much of the advantage that they actually pulled out, haven't they, in the pit cycles? Maybe perhaps taking tyres, actually, come to think of it. I'm not too sure what those sorts of permutations are, whether they do opt to take tyres, whether they opt to double stints, I'm not too sure. However, they have had a bit of a lead evaporated here as we go down to 11th position. We go to Augustin, I apologise, Galecto. Something's happened to him.
He runs wide, gets into the grass there, manages to keep it out of the wall. This is just before the carousel. It's a corner combination that's easy to get wrong, to carry just a little bit too much speed on exit. The track is a little bit wider there, or seems a little bit wider. It's easy to get greedy with that throttle, and that I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Got him out in the grass, but he keeps it out of the barrier.
This battle for the lead in LMP2 is starting to hot up ever so slightly on lap 5 of this race. 32 minutes in, all of a sudden, the Prismatic Motorsports Fraser car now, the 59, is going to try and have a little bit of an attack. Probably not in this section of the Nordschleife as they head up to Flugplatz now. The LMP2 gets so light through here as we ride on board with this number 59 car. You can see how light the steering gets, but look at the overspeed. There is going to be a move. They're going to pull alongside, and now there might be a change for the lead in the LMP2 category. Around the outside goes the number 59, and onto the grass goes the 70, but it is at the end of the day through the hairpin the number 59 who takes the lead of the race, and that is an example and a tutorial almost in how to pass on the Nordschleife.
That's a very, very gutsy place to make a overtake. That very fast left-hander before the long sweeping right-hander often spells doom for the car that's on the outside. But these LMP2 cars are downforce cars, as we see. Prismatic gets it a little bit wrong there. Manages to maintain the lead, but this top three are now all together, and the 70 is hot on the tail of the 59, looking to get around it and capitalize on that mistake, but it looks like they're going to be all sorted out now.
As we now go into the visor camp of the Metamorphosis car, has got box seats for this and knows that if there is any elbows between the two of them, then the lead of the race is Justin Barrera, as he's got a cat as a profile picture in the overlay. As we look at that number 70 just pounding all that they can to get the lead of the race back, where you've done an entire stint of about half an hour. There we go, there's another mistake from the number 59 car, who just can't seem to handle leading at the moment in the race. It is so difficult when you're put under pressure on the Nordschleife as they head through the left-hander up to one of the blind corners on the circuit. This is so deceptively tight, and it looks like it's been pretty deceptive for the 59, who now loses yet more time to that Miradna Sapphire car, who looks to the outside now, just takes that little bit of a wider line. There is nowhere to get by. That is the one thing that this 59 has got to hold on to. The fact that it is so difficult to overtake around this circuit, and they do hold on to the lead for the time being, but it isn't going to be something that they do particularly easily, as we see the slipstream being so powerful once more.
See Bree Widner doing a very good job of making that LMP very wide by taking strategic lines through some of these bends. Nathan Olson not used to being anywhere but the lead. It looks very aggressive, wants to get that lead back and with a chance to drive away. But Bree Widner not making it easy, and Justin Barrera even showing a nose there through one of the bends, as maybe he wants to get involved in this fight for the lead.
Oh, this is not something you'll ever see in the real world of racing. 3 LMP2 cars going pound for pound on the Nordschleife, including the loop, of course, as now just that gap starting to widen ever so slightly for the number 59, who in the corners, particularly through the carousel, pulled out a little bit of time, but still looking that little bit frustrating. This is a wonderful shot, isn't it, on board with the number 70. You can just see it stabilised as well, but you can just see how they're throwing around these cars and how much grip there is available to these LMP2 cars, even halfway through the second stint. As we see now, the Sapphire car is really trying to hound. I say halfway through the second stint, I believe this is actually, technically speaking, still their outlap, so it just goes to show how short these stints are in terms of the laps that you're completing. But anyway, Nathan Olson still trying to hound away, and the chase is well and truly on. I think, again, the key is going to be into that Dottinger Harrow, into that final straight, which they're coming up to in just a few moments' time. That is going to be the key, as it so often is around this Nordschleife circuit. How can you use the slipstream through there, and, well, more importantly, have you got the straight line speed?
The real key is to be able to stay on the gearbox of the car in front of you through the last corners of the Nordschleife, which can be exceptionally hard to do, especially in a downforce car dealing with dirty air. Some of these medium speed corners you can really struggle with them in the dirty air, as we see Nathan Olson jumping out of the little carousel, almost touching the grass, but he's right there, going to be able to capitalize on that slipstream down the straightaway.
The Sapphire car now, as we head into that final straight, is going to use all of their slipstream. 6th gear for the LMP2, then will probably VMAX as they head to the end of this straight with the slipstream as well. Look at this, look at the closing speed. There is so much closing speed as we hit 8,500 revs down into the final corner already, pulling alongside, maybe just enough to get to the lead of the race once more. The number 70 is almost through, has the inside line, but I don't think the 59 is going to wave this by as easily as you think, and they aren't. The 59 is able to stay ahead. That is staunch, brave defensive driving. But onto the Grand Prix section of this circuit is where the attacks really start to come, if not down that straight. Here we go, down into turn 1. The 70 surely going to be able to find the straight line speed, going to be able to find the braking performance as well on the inside line. Is going to get to the lead of the race, that number 70, Miradna Sapphire. Well, they want to keep that perfect winning streak going for the Miradna's team, and they're going to get to the lead of the race on this occasion. But the question is, for how long? Because that 59 is not looking to give anything up at all.
I expect to see a lot of back and forth throughout this race between these two cars, and I even expect Justin Barrera to get involved at some point. He does have the nickname of Dive Bomb, though we've seen him be very patient in this league, so I'm not exactly sure. Oh, we see Bree Widner gets a little bit wide there through the Dunlop curve, and oh, sorry, not the Dunlop curve, the run up to the Dunlop curve, manages to keep it on track, but does slow down, and Miradna's able to pull out a bit of a gap now, 1.4 seconds.
On board then with the Metamorphosis car, is going to start to think that maybe second place is his now. Justin Barrera, is he, for some reason, wipes the windscreen. That's a little bit unusual, but through the rest of this Grand Prix section, won't really have a proper opportunity until perhaps Flugplatz and down into their hairpin thereafter. This is going to be very difficult to make this move, and probably going to have to capitalise on a mistake from that Prismatic Motorsports car, braking so much later, taking much a tidier line as well, though onto the curb a little bit more aggressively than perhaps Justin Barrera would have liked. And now all the way almost into the wall. That is frustrating, and that is just maybe slightly overdriving Justin Barrera to try and catch up the best he can.
Looks like Augustin Galetto had some issues. He's already crabbing, and then coming through that corner gets a little bit wide out into the marbles. They're a little difficult to see on track, but they are there. They will cause you to have issues with grip. And Joshua Benjamin also coming through the high speed kink before the sweeper gets a little bit wide, carried a little bit too much speed through there, gets into the grass, and then struggles again at the top of the hill through Adenauer Force and pulls the car off, calls the tow truck, maybe just going to take the time that it takes to catch his breath and sort out his wits.
Yeah, I think there must have been a crash beforehand there that we didn't see, Randall, because obviously two incidents very similar. It was a good save first up, by the way, looking at the replay again on the YouTube stream. But I think that I think really there it's just a case of he's obviously had some form of damage and has had to bring the car around in the end. Here's the Metamorphosis car still trying to hound away at that number 98 to the number 59, I apologise. And he's really struggling to really make any move. The 59 is holding on very well indeed, but I think again this is going to be one of those moves that just has to wait for either the pit stops, we know the second stops are coming up very soon indeed, or as they head down dotting an hour and into the Grand Prix section of the circuit. It just appears that there's a few corners where the Prismatic Motorsport car is perhaps a little bit faster. I would actually argue that the Prismatic Motorsport is faster throughout the course of this racetrack, just a little bit inconsistent.
Another wrinkle that's going to be appearing here soon is they're catching the first traffic.
No!
Oh, Justin Barrera gets it wrong in the slowest corner on the track, gets it going back in the right direction, loses a little bit of time and maybe a bit of a damaged ego. Other than that, the car is clean. It can carry on and try to make that time back up.
Absolutely, is there is one of the GT3 cars. It's Augustin Galetto just having a bit of an issue getting his car back round to the pits. We saw an incident from him a little bit earlier on, and we see another one here, just understeering onto the grass, and probably more debris on the tyres than anything that's causing him to struggle there. I believe iRacing models the tyres being a little bit dirty if you go onto the grass. But aside from that, I think suspension damage, perhaps looking at how that car is driving, he's really struggling, isn't he? And we see the GT3s hit surprisingly early, actually. We see second, third, fourth and fifth all come in to the pits. The Prismatic Motorsports Athena staying into the lead, or staying in the lead of the race. 42 minutes, I mean, that's pretty, as we see, actually look at the crabbing on that BMW. It's pretty early, isn't it, for a GT3 car to pit 43 minutes into a race.
All classes of cars in this league are limited to 80% fuel, so the fuel window for the GT3s is 5 laps. I've been told that if you do some giga saving, you can get 6 laps out of the GT3s. I was not able to do any laps in the GT3 to figure out actual fuel usage and how much they would have to save to get a 6th lap out. I can tell you that GT4s get about 5 3/4 laps out of the 80% fuel tank, and does not take much saving to get that 6th lap out of it, but they're also looking at a 5-lap pit window.
Yes, my apologies there, as I totally forgot that it was 80% on the fuel, but that explains that then. Thank you, Randall, as always, for picking up where I miss out. But anyway, the traffic starting to play a factor now for these LMP2 cars. The GT4s starting to be a little bit of a thorn in their side, and this is where I think the chaos is really going to start. 45 minutes into the race now that we see, well, maybe not the GT4 cars, who relatively speaking have been behaving quite nicely throughout the course of this race, but I have to say that the GT3 cars, who have been probably a little bit more naughty in the eyes of the race director, I think they're going to pose an interesting threat to these LMP2s.
Normally it's the GT4s that you would concern yourself more with. The LMPs, the speed difference being so large. The speed difference between the LMP and the GT3 is also pretty large, but the GT3s are quicker. Though, given what we've seen out of the GT3s this race, you're right. They're definitely going to be the targets that I would look out for the most, as we see Wayne Grinnan runs. A lot of drivers struggling with the run up through the slowest corner on the track just after miss hit miss. It's very easy to get that braking zone wrong. You saw he hit the curb and completely lost it and managed to keep it out of the wall though.
Yes, it's 45 minutes into the race here. Then round 3 of the WSRL season. It is the Nurburgring race, as we see now. The GT3 is also catching up, or the last of the straddling GT3 cars catching up to the back of the GT4 field. Well, yeah, it is the back of the GT4 field, isn't it? As the leader is into the pits, and this is slightly interesting. No, never mind. I was going barking mad there for a second. I thought I could see the GT4s pitting down the back straight, but no, we are in the pit straight anyway. I thought I could see a different part of the circuit than I did, but anyway, Nathan Olsen does lap the GT4s. That's pretty nicely done from him. 2.8 seconds, despite a little bit of a scare out of the pit stops where they did lose the lead for a time. The Miranda Sapphire squad proving that their pace does reign supreme. And here we go. Here's a bit of a battle between the 288 and the 317. It's going to be Pereira trying to get through, running under the Spanish and Portuguese flag there. The license, of course, I think that's referring to. Trying to get around this 10th placed car. It is, I believe, both amateur entries. No, it's a pro GT3. So not really in the same race, in the same point standings, of course, the overall, and that closing speed is huge. And now going to get around is the 288. Probably not going to be fought too harshly either. 2 positions gained then in the last sector. You can see the 10th still on that board up through Flugplatz now, and it's going to pull away. Clearly just a little bit more pace, and I think that is something to keep an eye on throughout the course of this GT3 field, throughout the GT3 field as a whole. I should say, is the fact that there's so much difference in iRating between everyone there. We've got people who are at the front of the field with 2,500, I think 2,800 of Bobby Flack in 7th position, and then a load of other people sitting around the 1,300 mark, which is just causing, I mean, obviously I always like to say that iRating isn't a huge measure of how good a driver is, but it certainly shows experience on the simulator. And I think clearly, as we see that on the screen here, most people with the A license, of course. But I think the point is that it definitely is showing us how these guys are different in terms of experience. Bobby Flack trying to get back into 5th position, is able to do so for Empire Racing, pressured by that troubled 296 car who had that issue a little bit earlier on in the race. As for the people involved in that absolutely huge crash on lap 1, I have to say I'm not too sure who it was, so very possible that this Empire Racing car is also on the comeback trail, but definitely able to get back ahead of that shut up and drive it car, who just falls back down into 1.2 seconds sort of range behind and having to do a fair bit. Here is something that happened to Joshua Lon in the 33.
That's in the final corners of the track after Dottinger. A very easy place to overcook it. Looks like he carries just a little bit too much speed. Makes some contact with the tire barrier on the exit. Not much damage on the car. It looks like he's taking over for Wayne after that troublesome first stint. And kind of continuing the same story in that team. Hopefully they can clean it up and try to get some spots made back up.
That's probably when Wayne comes over the radio and goes, I told you so. The car was handling weirdly. And well, that would probably be the end of that. I had that once at a race. I think it was at Bud, the Indian Grand Prix circuit, where I was complaining about the car all stint to my teammates. I said, honestly, something has happened since your last stint because it is undrivable. They go, no, you're talking nonsense. It's the same setup. And then they get in the car and they go, actually, no, it is undrivable. We can see how you crashed. And I think maybe a similar story there in that number 33 car. Really are not having the greatest of races, are they? A total, really, in terms of the last 2 races, a total juxtaposition to the win that they picked up down in Road America. The Sapphire squad picking up the win in Silverstone So I'm ever so slightly confused. It was on my my notes. It says the
I was-
brightness green 70. Yeah, I think you've picked up the same thing, haven't you? Right.
I was going to jump in there. Yeah, on the broadcast notes, it does. Radness Green as a team name did win at Road America, but the drivers swapped. So Joshua Lane and Wayne Castile were originally in the Sapphire car. They moved to the green car, and Nathan Olson and Old Man Dan were in the the green car and moved to Sapphire. So yes, the team name that won is different, but it is the same drivers that won both race 1 and race 2.
I am beyond confused, but okay, I see what happened there. So I take that back. They did have a good race in Road America. I do remember that regardless in the 33, or whatever on earth they were called at Road America. But anyway, I think the numbers stayed the same, hasn't it, for the driver pairing? So we'll just go off of that as we go back to a slightly less confusing naming contingent with the Skin Lab and the already mentioned Prismatic Motorsports naming scheme. It's the 289 on this occasion, and then we switch over to another battle. This time it's a three-way battle as they head through. I think this is up to the second carousel, isn't it? So this is going to get really quite interesting. These three cars very close together indeed. Two BMWs and a Porsche. Three German cars on a German track, and well, we saw what happened last time there. He's flashing his lights again. I think that's the same BMW, is it not, that I was moaning about flashing his lights a little bit earlier on. And he's doing it again, and goodness knows why.
That's a common tactic employed by a lot of drivers to try to unnerve the driver ahead of you. I do believe this league has a rule against that, so maybe the stewards will be looking at that after the race. But yes, it does seem like that BMW has been rather impatient and flashing his lights quite a lot at cars ahead of him. If you're the car ahead getting flashed, just ignore it. If they're flashing their lights at you and they're still behind you, then you're doing your job.
Well, I think his rear wing is pretty cool there and pretty correct. Shut up and drive the car rather than flashing your lights, but going to get through anyway. The PPPA racing team down into that final corner. Perhaps actually then proving me a little bit wrong in saying the flashing light strategy works a little bit better than I'm letting on. But as I said, I despise it. Biggest annoyance for me as a driver, someone flashing their lights behind me. But I think it's just a little bit, if you have to flash lights to get by someone, then really you shouldn't be passing them anyway. But regardless, it's worked for him, and everyone has their own customs, and he's into the pits as well, as is the BMW behind him. So really, I think this Porsche is going to feel a little bit hard done by. You maybe lose all of that time, and then all of a sudden, I'm on my own again.
That's right. So I like you. I used to be very, very upset by people flashing their lights. It used to annoy me quite a bit. Until I had a teammate kind of grab me by the collar during a race and to tell me to shut up and drive it effectively, and saying, look, you can't control what the other driver is going to do. Just ignore it. And so that's kind of the mentality I've taken going forward. And speaking of teammates, there's no better place to have a calm teammate on the radio than on the Nordschleife. So if you're driving the car, you're struggling, nothing will help you more than a teammate coming over the radio and saying, relax, dude, just take it easy. Things will be all right, to get you back into the groove after an incident.
A personal best lap, by the way, for Nathan Olsen in the number 70. We're at 7:25.17, and he's got a little bit of traffic now to navigate. It's the GT3 field that he's caught up to. This is going to be a fun 7 minutes for him. I can tell you that much. It definitely won't be a personal best lap, as he's got so many GT3 cars that he will catch up to over the course of the next however many kilometres. I think this circuit, I want to say 25. I always get my sort of order of magnitude incorrect for the Nurburgring. I can never remember whether it's 25 or whether it's something much, much less. But no, 25 kilometres, I was off the top of my head correct. It's technically 26 if you round up. But last time I raced at the Nurburgring was the aforementioned R-Fox 2 race. And I ended up not driving in the end because my teammate crashed out because I went over the radio to him. I didn't see where he was on the circuit, because it's not like iRacing where you can ride on board with them. Let's look at the closing speed on these GT3 cars. That's brave, really brave from Nathan Olsen. Great lapping. It's massive skill. Get it done before the end of the Grand Prix section. Here's an incident for Jared Darrick. I'll finish my point eventually. It's the race always gets crazy when you're trying to make a point. But this time, just again, that sort of locking of the rears or something there and holding the brakes very well. The Mercedes getting that perfect 2. Good driving from the 2 of them. But anyway, my teammate ended up crashing out because I came over the radio to him when he was in the wrong corner. That is just how difficult this circuit is and how important it is to have good teammate communications.
That's right. You hear it all the time if you watch F1 broadcasts. You'll hear drivers complaining when their engineers are talking to them through the corners. There are very few places where it's completely clear to talk to somebody, so you really have to know your teammate, know if and when you can talk to them. But if there's an incident, you definitely need to be that calming voice.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I think moral of the story is don't flash your lights at people needlessly. There's a time and a place, and it's not when you're around cars that you're not lapping. But anyway, it's the number 70, and going on through 7 seconds, that gap. He's really on a really good stint here. Is Nathan Olsen. Been in the car since the start of the race, if I am not mistaken. Able to hold on to the lead and start to build that lead ever so slightly.
You see he's approaching 2 GT3 cars. This is a very tricky spot to be catching GT3 cars, especially if they're going too wide. Oh, this is going to be a real nail biter. Not a lot of room. Manages to get one done and dusted and sets up the other. Gets through there rather cleanly. It looks like they're helping him out. That's really good. The top 3 of this LMP2 field have had some incidents kind of separate them a little bit, but you're really seeing the difference in traffic as now the lead is up to nearly 7 seconds.
It is absolutely imperative that you are able to get through the GT3 cars as quickly as possible, losing as little time as possible. And it looks like Nathan Olsen has got that to an absolute T. Honestly, his lapping in the previous few sectors has been superb and really an understated skill in the world of racing as a whole, and able to get it as good as Nathan Olsen has is something very difficult indeed, as we see more battles going on. We just saw a battle just then, and now a battle between the 327 and 317. I think 317 there has either got a little bit of an issue or is going for a bit of a tactical concession there. If you are going for a tactical concession, ideally you don't lose as much time as that. I think, given the body language of that car, it looks like a little bit of front left damage, but these 2 BMWs, these were the ones battling with that Porsche, weren't they? The I believe it would be the Sir Porfia racing team, the 377 just ahead of them. They have got some LMP2 traffic behind them. This is going to be precarious, but still battling along, and probably going to catch up to that Porsche as well when they do get into the pit stop phases and the pit stops resync themselves. This poor old LMP2 cannot find a way through. That's Will Coffey, I think, in the Wrong Stuff Racing League car. And, well, as the league owner, it's extra important that you get around on the right part of the circuit and is able to do so. But breaks up this battle a little bit. That will be frustrating.
That's definitely a place you don't want to get caught behind GT traffic. He showed a lot of patience making his way through those 2 cars. He could have sent one a little bit earlier than that and probably gotten away with it, but he decided to back out and wait for a better time. And even when he did finally make a move, you heard him take a bit of a cautious lift to make sure that something bad wasn't going to develop. Eventually gets around, loses some time, but most importantly, no damage.
Well, top of the hour comes up in about a minute and a half's time, so we'll give you, I believe, a race rundown when that happens, as I can't remember how we run things around it. But anyway, as we see more battles going on, it's quite impressive that we're having so many battles a quarter of the way through the race. You'd think it would sort of slow down, particularly with all of the incidents we've seen in the GT3 category so far. This is between the DS Racing Skin Lab car and the Shut Up and Drive It G2, trying to get around that Porsche the best he can, unable to do it at the moment. This is starting to probably frustrate the Porsche as well as the car behind, as you just try and match the pace. It's so difficult to get right, and obviously right now just trying to be calm through it all. Shut Up and Drive It have had an eventful race for sure, and there's the flashing again, and I'm going to stop complaining about it because I appreciate I'll probably annoy some driver, but I mean, it's offensive to, frankly.
Yeah, it's an interesting strategy. You know, you can definitely distract the driver ahead, but sometimes you gotta consider: do I really want to distract the driver ahead? Coming into a very technical section of the track, distract them just a little bit. Suddenly, they miss the line and have an incident. You are so close; you could easily be collected. So it's a risky maneuver. I believe this Mercedes was the one involved in the very first incident coming down Dottinger on lap 1. So very eager to make up some positions here. You see he's going for the move in the corners leading up to Dottinger. Gets it done. The 296 probably lifted to help facilitate that just to get it over with, and will utilize the slipstream down the straightaway as we see Justin Barrera pulling through.
Here's that move. It's Barrera down the inside, and a brave place to make the move, to be honest with you. But better there than down the straight, and has upset his rival's line as well. Is going to pick up a handy bit of slipstream from the LMP2, though that LMP2 is going to be increasingly less useful to him as he disappears down the road, as top of the hour has come up in the last minute. So I think even if we don't go to the LMP2s, I completely forgot about this. They're now into the pits for their turn in pit lane, an hour into the race. Second stops, Maradna Sapphire and Prismatic Motorsports 59 into the pits, as will everyone be when they get around. Well, Justin Barrera is in the interview racing room. I think we'll drag him in and have a chat at the top of the hour. But first of all, we need to keep an eye on this battle between the BMWs. We'll get to Justin in just a moment, as this is Marini trying to get back around that these two BMWs actually been battling for quite a while now, all lap long, for the last couple of laps really. Two amateur entries trying to get through, not quite having that extra pace. Obviously fuel saving a little bit. Listen to, I think, a slight lift there as well. And oh no, a mistake. Only a slight mistake from the 377 Sir Porfia team, but a mistake that certainly is going to frustrate the car behind, who couldn't quite find a way through. Maybe down into turn 1. These two absolutely inseparable so far in this race, and it looks like still staying behind each other for the time being. So whilst they sort it out between themselves, we'll welcome Justin Barrera into the commentary box. And Justin, how was your first stint?
How's it going, all? Sorry, your volume to me is a little bit low, so it's a little bit hard to pick it up over the engine noise right now.
Alright, you're still driving, is Justin. I forgot that we did this. You know what, Randall, I'm going to let you take this interview, as he's having some trouble hearing me, and I'm going to quickly run to the toilet, if that's okay.
Justin, it's Randall here. So that
Hey,
first
Randall.
saw you fighting for the top 3 there. A bit of an issue in one of the slower corners on the track, but now back out on track after your second pit stop. Tell us what it's like out there.
The tires are wearing, so it's a little bit slick, and then since it's also heating up slightly. Not much, really. It's more just tire wear. But then trying to get around cars is, fun. So the biggest issue is you just want to do it cleanly. I tried to get around the car on that one straight, and it gave me a Phantom 4X, unfortunately.
I know the incident limits here are pretty strict in this league. The Phantom 4X is definitely going to cause some issues for you later. Have you had any issues with keeping the car on track in some of these higher speed sections?
Not really. It's just mainly the low speed sections where you need to slow down. My thoughts always just break a little earlier than usual. But like the one where I accidentally messed up, I was trying to keep up with second place, and just it got away from me. Cost me a 1X, I think it was a 1X or maybe a 2X. And then the Phantom 4X got me up to 6X now.
So we've seen you working through traffic some here through the pit cycle. How have you found the traffic so far?
It's sometimes where you catch it's okay, sometimes where you catch it's not okay. And to be safe, unless it's a straightaway, you really need to wait on them. You just gotta wait sometimes, and sometimes you just blow right by them.
That's the track like this. It is very tricky to get around some of the traffic, as we see you overtaking one of the GT3s now in one of the higher speed sections of the track. good luck for you the rest of the race. We'll maybe get you back in here again later and
Oh yeah.
see, hopefully keep you in that top 3.
Oh yeah. We'll see how it goes for the race. I'm just trying to keep it on the track, even if I have to go a little slower.
All right, good luck out there.
Yep.
That was your LMP2 P3 runner, Justin Barrera, giving us a little bit of insight while he's driving the car through traffic. Impressive stuff we get every time we see Justin Barrera out on track in one of these endurance races. Now we're on board the 296 and 233. Oh, maybe a little bit of touch, maybe netcode induced contact there, the 233. As we see the 296 flashing his lights, not very pleased. Looks like he maybe has some steering issues with that car now. Some damage to the suspension by the way he hit that wall. Probably had the wheel turned. Definitely crabbing a little bit, not happy. Looks like he's going to try to bring it around and to the pits. He's got a long way to go, though.
Yes, and perfect timing on the ending of that interview, by the way, Randall. I just got back, but we see obviously that incident, and these two BMWs. Well, they're not going to stop having a bit of a battle, are they? They're going to continue all race long. I think. However, I always find it interesting. Justin Barrera, I believe, was the. Oh no, there's more incident. It's the same beer. It's the same Porsche. It's the 296, and I think there may have been an LMP2 involved as well. I think it was the 59 car. It was the 59 car. It was Brett Widner who tries to go round the outside of the Porsche. The Porsche goes onto the grass and just collects Brett, and that is bitterly disappointing for the LMP2 that now lodged onto that curb is able. I love how you put 3, 2, 1. Well, welcome back, everybody, to the Nurburgring. We apologise for the brief outage in our coverage. Unfortunately, producer Dustin Arliss had a power outage and completely random, just power went on him. So we unfortunately can't bring you pictures when our producer hasn't got any power. That would be a miracle of technology, but well, unfortunately, it's the way it is. But we're back at the Nurburgring. I don't believe we've missed much, though. That being said, the Wrong Stuff Black is leading in the GT3 category, so maybe we have been gone for a little while, but it looks like the 70 is still leading the way in the LMP2 field, and a little bit confused actually as to how the Wrong Stuff Black is leading the way in GT3, as I think maybe pit stops perhaps. As no, actually, it would probably have something to do with the fact that it is not a GT3 car. So, well, Randall McGrew is still alongside me, and I have to say, that's a new one, that is. I think they may have a slight unfair advantage on the fellow runners in their class there.
It's yeah, we're gonna have some issues here trying to sort out some of the timing stuff. The 57 is definitely in an LMP2 car. Yes, and now it's corrected. So Will Coffey, sorry, no, that's Aubrey Kundle in the car. Some of the Wrong Stuff drivers have switched back and forth between classes, and some of the data did not save during the power outage, so getting things back into working order. LMP2 has seen 2 retirements so far, the Moradness Green and the Prismatic Motorsports Freya car, both having incidents and pulling off the track. Moradness Sapphire has a 45-second lead over Metamorphosis in P2, Sapphire Simsport Charlie in P3, another 38 seconds back from Metamorphosis. So this LMP2 field pretty stretched out here. Going to be coming up on their 12th lap. They'll be approaching their 3rd pit stop at the end of that 12th lap.
Yes, absolutely. And, well, as we see the Wrong Stuff Black now in 4th position, they have had a quietly decent drive back through the field. It's a bit of a battle in the GT4. It's a Sapphire Sim Sport 1-2 at the moment, and now it's the MIA Team Merc looking to disrupt the 1-2 ever so slightly as they go onto the dotting hour now. The lead actually in sight for this 401. As for the 420, they're how much they're keen for these 2 Aston Martins to battle, I'm not too sure. We'll see if the Mercedes AMG can battle with one of the Aston Martins at least, though that straight line speed perhaps not being quite as imperious as you'd expect. I apologise, it's not an Aston Martin. It looked like an Aston Martin, but it's a Mercedes. There we go. My visuals on GT4 cars are not great, it has to be said, but anyway, more battles for BMWs, by the way. They're a very distinct car, aren't they? To have a look at, won't be getting those confused with anything. Very unique, the BMWs.
Oh, and a little contact.
There's a bit of contact, perhaps netcode, maybe, but well, it's a touring car style move, and that's one flashing of the lights that I'm not going to be too annoyed at. Is I think perhaps a little bit justified. Is that 420 car being bumped and ran.
We're on board now with Julio Contreras. Looks like maybe had some issues here coming into the slowest corner on the track. We've seen a lot of people struggling here. There's another car off track, the 377. Maybe caught the 249 by surprise there. It had the jam on the brake, which caused the car to oversteer and turn on him. Both the cars managed to get back going and in the right direction with minimal damage.
Well, the Alpha car probably looking to avenge themselves here, is a little bit frustrated with that bump and run. I believe that it's all done post-race, the stewarding. There's no live stewarding in this one, so no penalties applied straight away, which means you're going to have to get this back on the road. And that's going to be something that probably is straight away priority for this Sapphire Sim Sports Alpha car. It's got plenty of time, of course, as we only about approaching, I want to say, 30% distance or so. I mean, we're getting up to an hour and a half through into the race. There's Daniel Curo going to be overtaken by that Wrong Stuff Black car. Now, in the correct class, in LMP2, the number 57, though I believe they're actually running, the reason there was the slight confusion there is they might be running at the sort of back of the field. It looks like Aubrey Kundle is still technically running ahead of the 86 and the 33. Of course, the 33, I was going to say out of the race, but they've just set a lap time, so they're back going again now, that Miranda's green car. So at the moment, it is only the Fraser car, the number 59, who is out of the race in the LMP2 category, which is going to give the WSRL car a little bit to fight for here.
And we're on board now with Daniel Nist in the 328. This carries way too much speed into that corner. Famous, it looks like the run up to the famous YouTube corner where you see a lot of the YouTubers set up to watch crashes just like this happen, and gets it wrong, gets it into the grass, maybe caught too much of that curb, just trampoline the car out into the outside barrier, gets it going back in the right direction. Probably going to have some significant steering damage. Yes, very, very, very troublesome for that car. He's just going to pull it off and call the tow truck. Very good call by that driver.
Aubrey Kundle, someone who isn't into the wall, and actually going along nicely. They'll overtake for third position on the Sapphire Simsport Charlie car, who's into the pits for the third pit stop for these LMP2s. Lap 12 of the race. That's about right. Back out now, and able to get back going again now. And I want to say, yes, I've just heard him in my ear drive through. I was suspecting that they didn't look like they pit. So now actually the colossal thing here is that with that drive through penalty, presumably for track limits or something, for that Sapphire Simsport Charlie car, the Wrong Stuff black car now gets an 8-second lead and a podium position. So that is a pretty good value for what overall has been a pretty difficult race with that Wrong Stuff black car. Their game plan, though, that they spoke about before the race, about how they just wanted to cruise around for a few laps, wait for stuff to pan out and then go for it. It seems to be what's happened.
So the incident limits in this league are very, very tight. There was much discussion about this on their Discord server. I don't want to use the word draconic, but getting very close to draconic for a track like Nurburgring. 15x will get you your first drive-through penalty, and then every 5x after. So it'll be very easy to collect one of those drive-throughs. Maybe even get a set of them throughout 4 hours when you're dealing with traffic in a narrow track like the Nurburgring.
Well, obviously difficult. I mean, we've seen from the start how many incidents we've had as the GT3 field all come into the pits. Practically all of them on this lap. That's the 288, 233, 289, 327. Either they're all, I'm not too trusting they're into the pits for a scheduled pit stop, though they should be at this stage in the race, given that they're going about 40 minutes. As we see here, the 401, this is that battle still in GT4. It looks like the 420 got back around after that bump and run that, to be fair, looks a little bit netcodey to me. I don't think there was quite pure contact there. I think maybe there was going to be before the netcode stepped in, but anyway, that's besides the fact. At least there's a leg for them to stand on. 401. Still going to try and get back round though here, and it looks like they're lifting and coasting through. Maybe they're a little bit low on fuel.
So it only takes 2 6-lap stints for these GT4s to be able to eliminate a stop, and they go with only 4 stops. So could be seeing that they're saving fuel to try to stretch out that 6th lap. They are currently on their lap 10. So if they're not on a 6th lap stint, they should be pitting at the end of this lap. You could be right. They may have underfueled the car and could be a little bit worried about making it to the end of the lap.
Lift and go, something that is a skill for the endurance races. And obviously that 401 car having to exercise a great deal of it. There's the race leader as well. Don't want to be getting involved in any incidents with them. Nathan Olsen, again, lapping traffic very well indeed. Gets around the 420 at this stage. 52 seconds he's managed to pull that gap out to. And honestly, just goes to show how incredible his pace has been here in the number 70. So I think the concern here for Nathan Olsen, it looks like he's going to go to about 2 hours, I want to say, before he's going to come into the pits and change tyres or change teammates. Here is the 333. Well, looks like from Aradness they can't quite have 2 cars going along too nicely. As the 333, or the 33 I should say, having get more issues back into the pits. And, well, I'll ask you, Randall, the question that you never really want to be asked in a race, but when do they call it a day?
This league does afford 2 faster pairs, so I believe they're going to be using, or may have already used both of those. Will be interesting to see if they come back out. It looks like he went off at a similar spot that he did before. Definitely struggling with that car to find the pace with their setup. So if they get back out there, maybe need to tone it down a notch and find the car and let the car do the work and try not to overdrive it.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that will be so frustrating to them. There's their teammates that in the number 70 winning 2 races in a row, and them just not having the greatest of times. We have actually got someone from Miranda's Motorsports looking to get into the box, and Joshua of Miranda's Motorsport, Joshua Lane, joining us in the box. Talk us through your race.
Well, just got home from a football game about 3 o'clock this morning, so Wayne was gonna pretty much do most of the race since I ran Silverstone solo, and I've got about 10 laps here, and boy, this track, it's the green hell for a reason, I guess, right?
Yeah, it hasn't been a great day, has it, for the number 33? It's really just struggling there and in the pits once more for repairs. How do you, from here, if you are going to continue going in the race, how do you get yourselves back into a position and perhaps a challenge, even for a podium, given how small the LMP2 field is?
Yeah, I think we're calling it a day. It's Wayne had some PC issues, and that flew through our 2 fast repairs, and then only doing about 10 total laps myself. I knew that if I had to get in the car, it wouldn't be pretty, but we're pretty strong at the rest of the traditional style racetracks, so hats off to everybody that can stay on track here.
So Watkins Glen and Sebring coming up. Of course, Sebring being that slightly longer race, the 6-hour event. Do you think that you're going to be in a position where you can sort of join your teammates there up at the top of the standings, who, by the way, are into the pits? I think there's been an issue for the Sapphire squad.
Yeah, it does look like he's pitting. I don't know what happened there, if you guys can pull it, but yeah, on traditional tracks, especially Watkins and Sebrings, we have the
Here
pace to.
Just excuse us a second, Joshua. I apologise. We've got what happened. And oh no,
It's-
he's just pulled off to the side of the road. Is it?
He forgot to pit. That's
Fuel.
what happened.
Forgot to
Lap
pit.
12 would be the end of their pit window, and he forgot to pit and is taking the tow. Hopefully, it should be a pretty quick tow given his position on the track as we see Justin Barrera pull in, but definitely going to erase most, if not all, of their lead.
Yeah, well, he's back out now, and the issue for Nathan Olsen here is that he's back in the lead of the race. This is not too dissimilar from what happened to Max Verstappen a couple of years ago at the Spa 24 Hours, where everyone thought that he'd gone to the back of the field, but actually he's able to get back out and retain his lead. So just a brief sort of blip for Nathan Olsen. The first time he's really shown himself to have a weakness, but well, I think the encouraging thing for the guys behind him is that now they know it's there, and he's not totally infallible. But we'll go back to Joshua, and well, after seeing your teammate now have a little bit of an issue, again, probably just a race that maybe you want to put in the back of the mind and forget about.
Yeah, that's definitely where I'm at with it. Nate there, old man Dan's not with us today. He has other priorities, so Dan tends to keep everybody on top of everything like that. So that's probably where that came from with Nate. Sucks to see that, but yeah, this is definitely an interesting track, and we knew going into it that it would probably not be pretty, and you got another incident there. Oof.
Yeah, it looks like the 401 Marin Truckee having some issues, maybe missed his brake marker and then decided to bail on the corner instead of collecting his opponent. Good call there. good to see that kind of heads-up driving out of Marin, and hopefully he can get that car back up to his rival.
Yes, and well, Josh, thank you very much for joining us, and commiserations about the event. Hopefully, we'll see you again next time out at Watkins. And
Yeah,
well,
you guys will have plenty of entertainment, I'm sure, for the rest of this 2.5 hours. So you guys have yourselves a good day, and you'll see us running up in the front the next couple races.
well, thank you very much, Joshua, and we hope you're correct about that one. See you at Watkins Glen. This is the battle between the Shut Up and Drive It 327 and the Shut Up and Drive It 296. It's a bit of a civil war going on down there, and it's going to the A2 car, the 327, that is able to get through. That's a brave move, it's a bold move, and perhaps a little bit of teammate rates there from the Porsche as well, but probably going to have a little bit, I say Porsche, they're both Porsches, aren't they? But going to be a little bit tasty as they go down the Doddinger Hour and into that final couple of corners. This is going to be a battle that heats up, I am sure. Let's have a watch as they round that sort of penultimate corner of this circuit. Is Bradley Elvis going to be able to get that back on his teammate? He's in the slipstream. He's going to go defensive. Is the 327. He's going to have to go defensive. Both of these cars are not going to give an inch. It's a pro-am versus an amateur, and it's going to be the 296 who tries and gets back into that 7th position, that 7th spot, and he's going to do so. So the move was all a little bit in vain in the end from the 327. And I'll ask you, Randall, do you think maybe there that the 327 could have just waited to do it on the straight, and now he'd be in a much better position than he is now?
It's definitely something they'll be considering further in the race. You get this, the benefit you get out of making the move early like that is you get to see what happens afterwards. So if you find yourself in that same position on the last lap, you know what to do. I will say they are teammates, so you do expect them to run you clean, but you also know that your teammate car will probably run you harder. So expect to have tougher racing out of your teammates, though you do expect it to be pretty clean.
Absolutely, as we see a replay of something that happened to Dominic Angelchio.
It's like he runs wide there, trying to figure out where this is at on track precisely. Gets out into the grass, does some wall riding, little NASCAR style wall riding there. Minimal damage. This is it was the corner just before Dottinger, a really bad spot to run wide. It's going to really cost him a lot of time, and if he was in a fuel saving strategy, it's going to cost him a lot of fuel.
Yeah, and I think you've hit the nail on the head there. You're on that section of circuit for such a long time. You don't quite realise normally in circuits, even the Mulsanne Straight, you're only on there. I want to say for the first part anyway, for about 15 seconds. You're running up 20, 30 seconds down the Dottinger Hour, aren't you? So if you run wide at that final corner, then that's really, really going to cost you a lot of time.
The corner running onto Dottinger is pretty high speed, so you carry a lot of speed onto the straightaway. So if you're off the track, you've lost all that momentum. As we see Bjorn staying there in the 327, gets it a little wrong in the Dunlop hairpin, sends it around and just manages to keep it out of the barrier, brings it back on track. Hopefully he can catch his breath and start to close that gap back up to the 296.
Well, if he hadn't gone into the wall there, that's the kind of thing that you look at and think, well, actually, maybe I don't want that to be on the broadcast. That would have been very embarrassing indeed, but he's able to get away with it. And at this stage in an endurance race on the Nurburgring, I mean, I think any human has at least one embarrassing moment. Here's Maru, and oh dear, that's a pointing case again. Well, I know, I mean, I think we should point out here that we're not criticising any of the drivers. This is literally just what the Nürburgring does to you. It forces you to make these mistakes that you wouldn't make on any other circuit, just because almost you're concentrating too much.
That first corner coming out of the pits, you're on a much tighter line than you would normally be. If you change tires, he's on cold tires, which will complicate matters. Looks like he got onto the curb there at the apex, which in a car like the LMP2 is a very bumpy curb. All three things come into play. He's lucky to get away with just a little bit of a self spin and then a carry on. Won't lose much time from that.
It's Jamie Southwell. No prizes for guessing where he is from and what country he's representing, but just able to make a superb move. However, it's going to be the Aston Martin now that tries to overtake him around the outside. This is the 499 car on the Mercedes. Jamie Southwell still trying to hold on to this. Jack Lee on the outside, back into fourth position. He was only able to hold on to it for a very brief period of time, Jamie Southwell, and now he's back into fifth position and unable to really make any inroads, though. Going to try and come back at his rival in just a moment's time, you would suspect. However, maybe something that stemmed from a slight running of wide or something, or a slight mistake, I think, given how he was able to get back at him so quickly there in the 499.
Yeah, it's very easy. Once you get an overtake done, you find yourself on the wrong line, and then you end up just giving it back as now they run into the carousel. That's why you tend to see them wait for the straightaways to make a move so you can be definitive and get it done. But some drivers are better at overtakes in some of the twisty bits here than others, and it's very easy to get wrong.
I'm not sure when it happened. I believe in the last few moments' time. It's only showing as a lap down there, but it looks like the Sapphire SimSport Delta has called it a day as well. The first retirement of the GT4 category is yes, I think that's the case. As I'm just seeing on my screen from about 5 minutes ago that they were still running, so they've called it a day, and I think we're about to find out why. It's all deer straight into the wall, and that's a very unhealthy looking Aston Martin. As well, we've got another interview here ready to interview, I guess. Words really aren't that easy for me today, it has to be said. But Will Coffey, one of the admins of the league, and also in that very fortunate, actually, 57 car. Will, you said to us in the private chat for the WSRL league before this race that your plan was to cruise around for a few laps and let a few things pan out. That's exactly what happened. If I'm not mistaken, you started last, and now you're into third position. That must be feeling like a pretty good game plan in how it's panned out.
Yeah, I've raced a lot of Nords, and I've won this thing and the officials, and it's a really awesome track for those that can maintain that discipline. Not that I have it, but you gotta chill out here and let it kind of come to you, and do your best with the skill set you got, not trying to race everybody, because this track will bite you super fast if you stretch outside of your limits for too long. So yeah, working out pretty good. We're sitting at 0 incidents right now, just kind of cruising. Aubrey's in the car, just doing great. This is his first time here as well, so just kind of coaching and talking to him, and he's just killing it right now. So yeah, we're in a pretty good spot, and we'll see what we got. Another just under 2 hours left to go. Feeling pretty good about it.
Yes, and well, we just saw the move of the 227 car getting around one of the prismatic cars, and a very good move around the outside. But back to your race for a second, Will. Do you think that you're able to hold on to this podium? The Sapphire SimSport Charlie car, that gap is starting to extend. It was 8 seconds when you did make that pass in the pit lane. There's actually 1 second. I apologise. The DS Racing car is trying to get through into fourth position. Will do so on the Maradnas purple. No huge drama right there. The Mercedes with the lights ablaze, passed by the other Mercedes without his lights ablaze. But well, back to you, Will. Do you think with that gap now at 26 seconds that you're in with a really good chance of holding on to this?
Yeah, I think we have a pretty good opportunity here. It's like I said, we just we're not really focused on position right now, because it kind of gets your head in the wrong space for this type of track. So I think we'll probably put the heat back on in the last hour or so, and then kind of just see what happens from there. But our goal is to stay off the wall. So if we can stay out of the grass, off the wall, I think we got a top 3 in us. So we'll see how it goes.
Yes, well, I think even Ferrari could snuff out that strategy, and one that proves true at the Nordschleife all the time. But I'll ask you a couple of questions about, well, I say a couple of questions. A question about the league, Will.
Sure.
Well, once we've done this, we've got 2 more rounds left of the endurance season. It's been a shorter season, however, one that, from what I can gather, has been essentially a little bit of a test run for things to come. We've got pretty good attendance today. We've seen pretty good racing once more, as we did at Road America and Silverstone. Any plans to expand on this that you've had so far?
Not really sure. It is a ton of work, man. So it's just a matter of like that risk, or excuse me, that reward of the amount of time put in. So I need the holidays. Once this ends, I'll have the holidays to kind of get myself back centered, just spend some time with the family. And we have our sprint series that I love. We're definitely going into season 3, and so I just need to kind of cool down, find out like what's important with this. There's a couple things I want to change if I do, but in general, like, it's a lot of fun. It's just a ton of work. So I just gotta take that time to assess if it's gonna be worth it.
No, as someone who's done admin work for endurance leagues before, was, oh no, there's the 499 car going to go into the wall. And, well, you thought he was going to hold on to that for just a second there, but onto the curb, just about losing the car. And this punishing tyre model in iRacing is going to punish 499 and send them right back to the pits with a tow as well. And, well, that just about ends that battle. Here's on board with the helmet camera, just onto the curb, onto the grass, and just a little bit too much, not holding onto the car at all. And, well, one-way ticket to the barrier. Frustration for the 499. However, back to what I was saying, as someone who was admin for endurance leagues before, I don't think I could sum up doing endurance leagues much better myself. They're really fun when you do them, but they are a lot of work. So, well, hopefully you have a great holidays, and we can get a better picture towards the end of the season, of course. But thank you very much for joining us, Will. Great that you guys have been able to put this event on once more, and hopefully we'll speak to you towards the end of the race when your team may be in the lead of it.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks, guys, man. You guys are awesome. I've been watching the stream just kind of as playing spotter here, and I'm loving the coverage. You guys are doing great. Thank you so much for all you guys do. You guys help me out. When I talk about all the admin work and stuff like that, almost half of it is getting this broadcast stuff done, and you guys are always working pretty heavily in the background, and all the different little things that go into play with that. And I couldn't do it without you guys. Thank you so much. You make this very rewarding. I love going back and watching the stuff and seeing the different takes that I missed. So thank you, guys.
Well, thank you very much, Will, and best of luck for the end of the race.
Take it easy, guys.
That was Will Coffey, admin of the league and driver of the third place running 57 Wrong Stuff black car. But here is a car that has had all but a dream day so far, and I'm going to say that and touch wood whilst I do so, because, well, I don't want the commentator curse them. There's only slight blip on his radar, was the sort of 10 seconds lost from having to tow back to the pits after forgetting to pit, which is an age-old problem in sim racing. But, well, that Miranda Sapphire car is still going along, in a little bit of dreamland.
That's right. It's very, as you mentioned, it's very easy to do in sim racing. In real life racing, you have an entire team helping you, as we see the 317 coming out of pit lane. And maybe having an issue with this first corner, just overshoots it a little bit and gets it going. So pretty minimal time loss there. But yes, in real life racing, you have an entire team working with you, helping you, reminding you what you need to do, what marks you need to hit for fuel numbers, when to pit. As was mentioned by Joshua Lane, Nathan is running this solo, so he doesn't even have the benefit of a teammate to help him. Very easy to get lost in focus on a very long lap like this and forget to pit. Basically got a freebie, though we do get to see a glimpse that Nathan Olson is, after all, human.
Would you believe it? As well, I thought maybe they were going to try and figure out whether he was actually a bot driving that car, but he's not, clearly. Still going along at quite incredible pace, though. The gap he's been able to pull in the 70 has been quite superb. I mean, his last lap was a 28.8, 7:28.8, 7:33.6 is the car behind him, a 7:52 for the car in third. So clearly just the class of the field right now, Nathan Olsen. However, if Nathan is listening to the stream whilst going around this circuit, the bad news for you, Nathan, is that you're not even halfway there yet. You've still got a lot of driving to do throughout this. Though I did find, when I have raced around the Nordschleife, that it actually is quite nice in the way that the stints are split up. I did 6 hours around here once, straight. It wasn't a fun experience, but the stints are split up so nicely because you've only got, say an LMP2 here, you've got 4 laps. So actually the stints are split up pretty nicely, if you know what I mean, because the laps sort of all merge together.
That's right, and having a really long lap means you don't get bored necessarily by seeing the same terrain 30, 40, 50, 60 times. Since you're pitting every 4 laps, you're getting a good break in there, like you mentioned. But stints at the Nurburgring do seem to go faster, and it's very easy to find yourself, just focusing on your line, and the next thing you know, 2-3 hours have gone by.
I love the shake on this camera as we head on through it, stabilised to the horizon as well, which is spectacular. Look at the closing speed again on that GT3 as he's going to lift off of the throttle, brake hard down into this hairpin section. And again, it's one thing that iRacing does so well that I absolutely love. It just shows you the force going through the wheel. It shows you basically in full fidelity the force feedback that often you only get if you actually watch someone on the sim themselves, but it just gives you a sense of actually they are working the wheel quite hard here, and it shows you how bumpy the circuit is as well. Just look through these corners, how on an edge Nathan Olsen actually is using all of the curves that are available to him, and it's really quite nice to watch. And I think iRacing does such a good job of giving you spectator cameras. As again, look through here, one of the faster corners on the circuit, just how he's having to work the wheel, Nathan Olsen. There's not many other sims that do that quite justice.
Nurburgring, from a driver's perspective in iRacing, sometimes you don't realize how bumpy it is because of the way that the head shock works on the camera from the driver's perspective. A few weeks ago, I found myself in a motion rig at a simcade and ran a few laps around Nurburgring, and I thought I was going to lose some fillings. It was shaking me so much, particularly down Dottinger. So a lot of that movement you're seeing in the wheel is just the rough nature of the track. And you can see overall, Nathan is able to keep the steering inputs very smooth. Basically one turn in motion, not a correction mid-corner so much. And that's going to help preserve the tires, and that's part of the reason why he's so fast.
Of course, it's a fine balance between sometimes correction mid-corner can make you a little bit faster. It depends, on the sim, it depends on the tyre model that you're using, of course. Typically, iRacing, as you mentioned, sort of favours that smoother style of driving, as Nathan Olsen here is proving that, passes his teammate in the GT3 sister car. Please correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, though. I don't drive much iRacing myself, but that's the sort of what I can gather from it, that it does favour that smoother driving style, when perhaps other sims, and perhaps even to an extent real life, doesn't necessarily.
That's true. iRacing does favor a smoother driving style, and even in other sims in real life, you could be faster with a bit more input on the wheel. That will ultimately cause more tire wear, though. In real life, as you make those mid-corner corrections, you tend to go through more heat cycles on the tire, and you'll start to hit that fall off a little bit earlier. I guess that's where iRacing is kind of better on the simulation side in one regard. That all simulations fall flat of reality at some point. That's just given the nature of simulation. So, like you mentioned, every sim is a little bit different, and you're right, iRacing does promote that smooth driving style.
Absolutely, as Kimi Räikkönen was such a great driver for those sort of mid-corner corrections.
I'd like to jump in here and speak about that pass that just happened. We saw the GT3 pull off the racing line there at corner exit, and as an LMP driver, that's probably one of the scariest things you could have happen. That is the least predictable way you could expect a car in front of you to drive. You're expecting them to hit that racing line, and if you're a good driver in traffic like Nathan Olsen is, you're setting up a move for corner exit. So when that GT car moves over like that and takes away the inside line on exit and slows down, suddenly you're found holding, and you have to make a big, quick correction and a very quick decision. And we saw Nathan Olsen manage that but definitely a spooky moment for a driver that looks pretty tame on the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And as an LMP2 driver myself, it often does frustrate you. You know, if it was me, there's probably be a few mutterings going on right now. Well, probably not right now, but as it happened. So I think Nathan Olsen here is in an absolute rhythm, and maybe just letting those kind of things pass him by and just keeping alert to them though as well is important. But yeah, back to the point that we were making. You've seen drivers in the past, you know, Lewis Hamilton's pretty good on his tyres, but you look at someone like Kimi Raikkonen used to really chuck the car in and basically deal with it when he got to the apex. So different driving styles are always possible, I guess, is the beauty of racing. Obviously here, Nathan Olsen, very smooth, very concise, and able to get this car around the circuit wonderfully indeed. Look at how late he's going to brake into this final corner here, and he uses a lot of engine braking as well, which is something that only really can do in a 4-hour race. You can't get away with that in a longer race like a 24-hour, even perhaps a 12-hour. But here Nathan Olsen is able to complete his lap. It's a 7:32.1, so he is 4 seconds off of the lap before. However, a consistent stint at the Nurburgring is essentially when you're within 2-3 seconds of your regular lap time.
That's right, especially considering the traffic that he's been dealing with through that lap. Still very much on the pace. Nathan has always been very quick, but his traffic management has been his most superior skill when it comes to these endurance races.
Yes, absolutely. And we saw that there, his traffic management being absolutely superb. Here is a battle. It's the shut up and drive it car against the GPVA Natural Solar Porfia car, trying to find a way to make this move. As we see a replay, here's the 86, and this is perhaps not the greatest traffic management. Goes through, and I think perhaps making a mistake here. Yes, a spin, and very well driven from the BMW to do that. And well, that's probably a little bit more like something you'd see me when I'm traffic managing. As sometimes when you make a move on a GT3 car, you could just get yourself out of line, out of position. It just sort of miss your braking mark or something. Here's that move though from the shut up and drive it, trying to go down the inside. Can't quite find the extra speed as they go down into the hairpin. One of the better corners for overtaking on the whole Nurburgring. Still though, looking for a switchback, and in fact a poor exit from the AM car who gives up the position.
I'd say the 377 ran very wide through the bend before the sweeper, maybe thinking defensive, but then after the exit, I don't know if he had an issue on the exit or it was just giving the spot up as a tactical concession, but the 227 does make the move, get around on that run up the hill to our Adnauer Force. Sorry, my words are escaping me here. He's able to fall in line, and hopefully he's able to use this slipstream for the rest of the lap, maybe save some fuel.
Yes, though also the engine starting to slightly overheat in the little dirty air that these GT3 cars do provide, perhaps using a little bit more tyre wear, though typically now I'm always fall a victim when I'm trying to analyse things, saying that endurance racing, saying that, you know, running behind someone, as we see the 86 recollecting his thoughts after that brief moment earlier on, getting back past the BMW that caused him all the issues, or at least innocently speaking. I always found myself a victim of saying, oh, the fuel, you know, you're running in dirty air, that's going to hurt the tyres. I think it's more of a thing that happens over the course of the stint, and I think very much so the slipstream is, for a few laps, is definitely a nice luxury to have.
The GT3 cars do have some aero on them, especially compared to the GT4, but not enough that dirty air really affects them a whole lot. It could be a concern if you're really on the knife edge, but over an endurance race, the slipstream is a bigger benefit than any risk of having dirty air.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I think that perhaps if you're running in dirty air throughout the course of your stint, you're at a particularly downforce-centric track, then the dirty air can start to, over the course of an hour stint, as it's supposed to be in a GT3 car, that maybe starts to be a factor, but I think particularly here, if you're only running it the slipstream for, as you said, it sort of outweighs the time lost from the very little dirty air produced by these GT3 cars. LMP2s, though, they produce a surprising amount of dirty air from what I've experienced. It's still not a great deal, but it's a lot more than you'd perhaps expect. Anyway, I'm ducking out in about 40 seconds' time. So, closing thoughts, I guess, from my stint here for the first 2 hours, as Maradna Sapphire leading the way. These two still having a bit of a battle. The Shut Up and Drive It car trying to pull a little bit of a gap, but I think that 377 maybe thinking about that straight once more, thinking about trying to get through and just being patient again. Patience very much reigning supreme. But, well, it's the Maradna Sapphire leading the way in the LMP2 and overall by 48 seconds despite having to tow to the pits. It's Prismatic Motorsports Athena, one of the many Prismatic Motorsports cars in this race, in this league as well, in the lead of the GT3 category. Then it's Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo and Alpha, 1-2 in the GT4 category between the 28 and the 420. But, well, for the first 2 hours, I've been Tom Dillon. Thank you, Randall, as well, for having me. And I'll duck out of the commentary box, making way for Alex Andersen. I'll wait for him to start speaking before I actually leave. But I'll leave you with closing thoughts, Randall.
So far, the first 2 hours of this race have been almost two different tales. We saw a very, very incident-filled first hour, and things have finally calmed down over the course of the second hour. We saw a dare I say, human-like mistake out of the overall leader as we watch Robbie McAfee coming through the Mercedes arena, getting it just a little bit wrong, carrying too much speed, ends up looping it around and getting back on. That is your GT4 leader. That's gap now down to 5 seconds. So maybe Alpha and Bravo will have a race on their hands for the last 2 hours. And as I was saying, a human-like mistake out of Nathan Olson that only cost him about 10 seconds. He still has a commanding lead. A very, very action-filled first lap for the GT3s. We saw many, many cars take damage through various incidents coming down Dodger and through that last corner complex. And a relatively quiet race for the GT4s. And
yeah. Oh, and it looks like that is all we will see for Tom Dillon. It looks like he's just left no main words, but I'm here now for the final 2 hours of the race. And Randall, it's a pleasure to be here with you. And like you said, you were mentioning the GT4s having a quiet race for the most part. And I was talking a little bit of a stream beforehand. That looks to be mostly the case, but it's still a 6-second gap between the Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo and the Alpha GT4 car. In 6 seconds to the Nurburgring, I mean, that can just be shaved down into one lap. I mean, you reckon that might be that maybe the Alpha car can maybe overcome that?
It's definitely possible. It's easy to make mistakes around a long course like this. 6 seconds is, like you mentioned, not that much of a gap. That could easily be erased. They could make it up on pace, through the pit stops, through a mistake. There's any number of ways that could happen. 6 seconds is more like 6/10 around here, so it'll be an interesting 2 hours. Though we did see that Bravo was able to pull quite a gap initially, so if they can keep it going in the right direction, then it shouldn't be a problem. As we're on board with two GT3s here, having issues with a LMP2 hot behind them. That is Aubrey Kundle in the Wrong Stuff Black, looking to get around at a very tricky place for an LMP to overtake slower traffic. They're coming up to a high-speed section, but it's very narrow, and there's really only one line, so we're going to see how patient Aubrey is through this section on the run-up to the little carousel. But don't look now. Here comes the number 92 SimSport Charlie, ready to join the fight. And now they're going to have two different classes of cars racing for position on the same spot of the track. And how is this all going to shake out? It's coming out to the fastest section of the track. Will the Wrong Stuff now get a little pushy to try to get around some of these cars? No, it looks like they're not going to be able to get it done. It'll happen on the straightaway, but now going to fall victim to the 92. And it looks like they're going to be coming up to their pit window too. So they'll both be pulling into the pits at the end of this lap.
Yeah, and this is just that was pretty much an entertaining fight. That just lost one of those LMP2 cars a whole position because they were just stuck behind both of those GT3 cars. And like you mentioned, Randall, that's probably the worst spot to catch up to GT3 traffic is through that last section. There's no real straights. It's just corner after corner until you get to this long straight that brings you back towards the main GP circuit. And it looks like, I mean, like you mentioned, pit stops are going to be coming up for these two drivers, so we'll have to see what they do when they head into the pits.
And just a quick recap on pit strategies. It's 4 laps for the LMP2s. As you see, both the 92 and the 57 get down to pit road speed and onto the limiter. The gap is basically 0, so whoever has the faster stop is going to come out in front. 4 laps for the LMPs, 5 laps for the GT3s, possibly 6 laps with a lot of fuel saving, and the GT4s can also run 5 laps on their fuel load with a little bit moderate saving. You can get a 6th lap, and you only need 2 of those 6-lap stints for the GT4 to save you a pit stop. So we'll see if anybody has managed to pull that off come the end of the race.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one thing that's going to make a large difference in this race is the fuel strategy. I heard you and Tom talking about the tire wear and having to manage that. Fuel is a whole different beast. I mean, if you come up 1 lap short of fuel at the end of the race, and there's a car that's maybe, it doesn't even matter if there's a car that's maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds behind you. If they have the fuel to make it to the end of the race, they can just fly by you while you're just stuck in the pits, and they can just go straight and take the spot or even the win, because that's happened before in racing. So, there's a mistake from an LMP2 car.
Nathan Olson with another human-like error. We're seeing he is not invincible. Gets it a little bit wide coming through the WEC chicane there at the end of the GP circuit. Gets a little bit wide on entry onto the brakes with his wheels on the grass. Sends it around. Looks like he got away with no real damage. Hopefully not any floor damage from going over those curbs, but carries on and should be good to go. Still with a commanding lead, though it looks like he's struggling a little bit with the grip through some of these medium speed corners.
Yeah, and I mean, even with slight little spins like that and struggling with grip, I mean, he's still gonna have to come in and pit soon here, probably for some more fuel. So I reckon if he's struggling with the grip or the tires on that car, he can take some there. And I mean, he really is under no real threat from the Metamorphosis car. There's pit lane times that we're seeing on the right side of the ticker there. It looks like, I believe this is off the last pit stop. Nathan Olson did a 49 1-second stop, and then the Metamorphosis car only did a 26.3, so could be the difference between a fuel stop versus a fuel stop and tires there. And that might be Nathan Olson's issue here, is he's just struggling with these tires, and he might probably change him next time he heads into the pits.
So with that 49-second pit stop, he's most likely has already changed his tires and is struggling with cold tires. Though he's at a point in the track now, they should be coming up to temperature. Probably won't see many more issues out of him for the rest of the stint.
Here is the MV Skin Lab DS Racing Mercedes going up against Matthew O'Leary driving the Maradness purple Mercedes here. This is for 4th and 5th in class. And it looks like to the final section of the final section of the Nordschleife, apologies. They're just doing a pretty decent job, you know. Pereira just has to try and follow along here to try and keep up and wait till that straightaway. And also, the Shut Up and Drive It A1 car is only 1.4 or 1.5 seconds ahead of them now. So I mean, if they have a good final section of the Nordschleife here, we could have a 3-car battle down this long straightaway.
This 288 was involved in an incident at the end of the first lap and has slowly been making its way back up through the field up to P5 with P3 in striking distance. Almost certainly going to get P4 here on the straightaway with the massive slipstream and possibly even all the way up to the P3 bumper, as he's going to basically get a double draft as if it's one of those licensing tests in Gran Turismo where the cars are just set up perfectly for you to make your way around.
I never have played a Gran Turismo. I've always had an Xbox, and I would have liked to play Gran Turismo if that's how some of the license tests go. And like you mentioned, Pereira is pretty much going to get a perfect double draft on the Shut Up and Drive It A1 car driven by Daniel Curo. And as they head up back towards the arena. This is going to give us a 3-car battle over this next lap if they can all stay together. But it looks like the Maradna's purple car, driven by Matthew O'Leary, falling off a little, but all 3 of them into the pit lane. Actually, all 5 of these cars into the pit lane.
We're going to see who's got the faster crew, who's got the better fueling strategy to come out in front here. Basically, the gap between these 3 cars is 0, so it's going to come down to pit lane time and who can get the best pit stop in with the minimal amount of time.
Yeah, and that's pretty much just going to be the name of the game for this group of cars who can get the best pit stop. Is we're looking at Nathan Olsen once more. It's so incredible to watch him just run down this track. He's just flying around this circuit, and it's just absolutely astonishing to watch him go around. But it looks like the MIA Endurance BMW, that driver was making moves, but it looks like that was just heading to their pit stall. Now, out of the battle, we were looking at the Maradna's purple car is going to be the first one to exit the pits after the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car. Then it's the Empire Racing, then Maradna's purple, and then DS Racing MB Skin Lab, and then the MIA WSRL Endurance BMW will head back out onto the racing surface. So, just like that, we had a 3-car battle heading into the pits, and now everybody is spread out once again.
So the pit lane time for Prismatic was about 5 seconds longer than it was for Empire Racing, and most importantly, Matthew O'Leary in the Maradna's purple only had a 31-second stop, so did not take tires. Managed to close that gap back up, but I expect that we'll see that gap quickly become bigger as Prismatic has been the class of the field in the GT3 all day. We're now seeing the GPVA's Natural Sur La Porfia 377 in pit lane.
I do apologize. My mic was muted and I didn't realize it. I was going to mention how it hasn't been a pretty close battle for the lead in particular here for the GT3 class, but the Empire Racing car has kept it decently close, as currently the Empire Racing team is only 1.3 seconds back, and that might as well be bumper to bumper at this place. So as we're seeing more cars come into the pits, if Scott Kimbrough, driving this Empire Racing BMW, if he keeps this car clean, we might be seeing a battle for the GT3 overall lead soon.
They could be racing for the lead here, you're right, though the Prismatic team has changed tires, and so did the Empire team, so I'm wondering exactly why or how this gap has vanished. Maybe there was a drive-through penalty that aided that. As I mentioned before, the incident limits here are very strict in this league. A 15x gets you your first drive-through, then every 5x after that. So that could be what caused this gap to vanish. But the Prismatic team was able to set a qualifying time that was 4 seconds faster than P2 in the GT3 field. Right now, we're not seeing it pull away. So I'm wondering if maybe there's an issue with the car. Possibly it was a driver change. We see Roxy Gibson in the car now. It was Rachel Concoli before. So the race could be on here. You're absolutely right.
Could also be that Scott could be a little bit better on colder tires, and down this long straightaway, Scott will have the draft before they get up towards the next hard braking zone that we're seeing. They're going to come into this slight full throttle bend, then hard braking into this corner right here, and it looks like the gap now under 5/10 of a second, and that might as well be nothing. They might as well be side by side right now through this circuit. You can see through all the sectors on this place, Scott Kimbrough has been 1, 2, 3 tenths up in pretty much every sector, 5 tenths up in sector 6 there. So this BMW is coming, and it is a lot faster. Oh, and that's off track for Roxy Gibson. It looks like she will go into the guardrail there, and that is going to give the overall GT3 lead to that Empire Racing team.
You see, just runs a little bit wide there in the slow section. We see another driver struggling in the same sector of the track, the 334, dealing with some GT4 traffic, having some issues getting around. Runs a little bit wide, gets onto that curb. It makes heavy contact with the front end into the barrier on the right-hand side of the track. Luckily, does not blow the engine. Hopefully, doesn't have any steering damage. He can carry on. But the front end of that Mercedes is very caved in. Is going to act very much like a sail on some of these longer straightaways. Going to definitely be short on straight line speed.
Probably the Radnos Purple's GP2 engine now. I would reckon that's a faster pair if these drivers have them available to them, but Giancarlo Lee driving the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car, now chasing down Kevin Medina for P4 overall in the GT3 class. And it looks like early on to the brakes, that BMW sent it in there way too hard. And it looks like that is going to be another position lost during the same lap, be due to mistakes, and both in the GT3 field.
That's right, and it looks like maybe possibly the great Karnak driving that 288 was able to see that incident coming. You saw him back out very early and let it develop in front of him, and was able to dodge, not lose much time, and gain a position.
And there are a lot of new drivers in these cars now because it is halfway. Bradley Alvis now chasing down Lilac Zier. And that was pretty much why we've seen a lot of these aggressive moves and a lot of mistakes from a lot of drivers, that they just got into their car for the first time during the race and still probably getting used to once again being on the saddle. And that's probably been the main issue and why we've seen so many of these mistakes and why we've seen so many cars get closer to each other, as some drivers warm themselves up faster than others. That's probably exactly what we're seeing as Bradley Alvis tries to chase down Lilac Zier. This was the same corner that BMW messed up on, and it looks like not going to be the same case for either of these two. They're going to stay pretty much neck and neck right now as they head pretty much towards what I'm going to say the second half of the Nordschleife.
They're about a third of the way through the lap. They're coming up quickly to Bergwerk, which is one of the most important corners on the track. You have a very long full throttle section. It is not straight. It's quite bendy, but at the run up to Courage Corner, where you build a lot of speed, you're on the throttle a lot. This corner is going to be very important. And if we're going to see a move done on this not straightaway, you have to get a very good exit out of Bergwerk, use that slipstream, and try to make a move through the bends.
And that might be what we're looking for here, is uphill through this section area. I believe this is uphill. That's where the slipstream is going to be at its strongest. We're seeing this big hill that these drivers have to go full throttle up, and that's where the slipstream is going to really help whoever's behind them. They'll be side by side right now as they head up towards the carousel. It looks like that Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia car going to let Bradley by. Lilac relenting that position as they head towards this series of hairpins here.
This is a very tricky section to get right on the brakes, especially if you have just come too wide through it with another car. We're going to jump on board with the number 92. It looks like possibly an incident here, one of the higher speed sections of the track. And it just gets it a little too much on the curb, and as he gets back to the throttle, has a bit of oversteer, drifts, ends up in a four-wheel drift, cannot save it, makes heavy contact with the retaining wall on the left side of the track, sustaining some damage, and hopefully they have a faster pair left.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be the name of the game for some drivers, is having to use faster pairs to try and make themselves better for the end of the race. We saw the Muradness purple car with a major mistake that pretty much destroyed their Mercedes, so I would reckon that's going to be a faster pair for them once they get back to the start finish straight. But it looks like no real main issues for these two drivers. They're just in a pretty heated battle right now, as there's another one in front of them, as well as the MIA WSRL Endurance BMW catching up to another shut up and drive it car. Kevin Medina under threat of losing another position to Behnke Op here as they head down the back straightaway. Going to be the best position for Behnke to make a move here, and it looks like he will try and poke out to the right side. It's pretty much just going to be side by side down this entire straightaways. They'll be side drafting each other. None of them with a real big run. The battle is going to be decided with who can get the draft off the GT4 class in front of them, pretty much. So side by side down the straight over the crest of the hill, it looks like Kevin Medina going to relent that position to that BMW that is actually a Porsche I just realized. So it looks like same thing from Silverstone. Is Roxy Gibson going to head back into the pits, probably use a fast repair?
He's certainly going to get some repairs done on that car and try to get back out there, eat the time loss. Hopefully they can make their way back up to the front of the field after being the class for the first 2 hours of the race. We're on board with their sister car, Lilac Zier, on board, chasing down the 296. We saw that pass earlier this lap, now trying to get it back. We're seeing not really closing too much from the slipstream, some front end damage on that Mercedes, preventing the slipstream from helping too much. The closing speed is typically much greater here on the straightaway when you have two cars stacked like this. So the front end damage definitely having a negative effect on this prismatic car.
And that's probably, I mean, that's pretty much been the main threat for a lot of GT3 cars here, is that they've taken a lot of damage, and that's been slowing them up the entire lap. Here's Dan Babbitt, though, driving the MIA team. Mercedes looks like letting a bunch of drivers by. And it could have been registered as slow car and off track on the end of Dustin Hollis, our producer here today. As Lilac Zier going to head into the pits, presumably to use a fast repair. As Justin Barrera just having a pretty consistent, quiet race in that Metamorphosis LMP2 car. I wonder if, I'm pretty sure, Randall, you could probably answer this for me, if Justin is doing this race by himself once again like Silverstone.
That's right. He is always running solo for these endurance races. And
Wow,
I think he's even planning to do Sebring 6 hours by himself.
That's impressive. That's something I would not be capable of myself. That's great job, great on him for that. That's absolutely incredible for somebody to be able to go 4 hours through a track like the Nurburgring with no breaks in between, just 4 straight hours of just driving through what they call the Green L.
That's absolutely right. It's tough to solo here. We mentioned it earlier in the broadcast that sometimes these stints can almost seem to go by in a blink of an eye, but 4 hours is really stretching the limit for anybody. And it's going to be amazing to see what he can do for 6 hours as we see the 289 come out and yield a bit of position to some faster cars as they make their way out of pit lane. And Kevin Medina looks like he's having issues again, struggling. Saw him in the grass making light contact with the wall there just on the beginning of the Nordschleife. It's a very easy place to get it wrong. We're going to see a replay, just misses his brake mark, gets it a little bit wrong, has to cut the apex through the grass, minimal contact with the wall, should be no real extra damage. Just needs to kind of buckle down and find his groove.
Yeah, and that's also going to be the issue with a lot of GT3 drivers that have just gotten in their cars, is just trying to get in the groove, start hitting their marks. And that's pretty much probably been a lot of the reason we've seen issues, is GT3 drivers that have just gotten into their cars for the first time tonight forgot what it's like to be back behind the wheel. Or not really forgot. It's just they aren't completely used to being back behind the wheel, and maybe aren't used to a car that they're driving out that has really old tires, like maybe 3 or 4 laps worth of old tires. And I mean, that's just probably what's causing issues. Drivers that are on overheated tires and they're new to being back in their car, and they head into the Nordschleife, a part of the track, and they can't remember what they did during practice or qualifying. That's probably the main issue.
You see Eric Leitchke here on board with his profile picture, or feet up in the air. Hopefully he doesn't find himself in a similar position on track. Right now running P10, the Shut Up and Drive It A2 with some competition hot on his heels.
Yeah, he is being chased down by the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia and GPVA PPA Racing Team cars at the moment. And it looks like he's mainly under threat from the Prismatic Motorsports Mercedes. And it looks like that Brigantia car really doing a great job chasing down Eric Leitsky. And that's driven by Lilac Zier behind him. And Lilac had to pit for a fast repair there, and it looks like out of the pits they're doing a great job catching back up to Eric now.
Yeah, that penalty for the front end damage is going to be gone now. The car will feel like a dream to drive again, especially in the slipstream. But Right now we have from the 499 GT4 team, Jack Lee, who started the race in that team. Jack, tell us how your first couple hours went.
Well, getting into it, it was, or coming into practice, I was able to like really shave off a lot of time. I had like a target of like a 908, and I was able to finally get that down last night to like a 904. And coming into the session today and qualifying, seeing what some of these guys were able to do, instantly knowing I'm like 5 or more seconds off the pace was kind of demoralizing. So I knew the best I could really like hope for would be some sort of drama or something from the leaders late in the race, and I just wasn't able to outlast the leaders. My wrist started to hurt. I don't have a teammate, so I'm trying to solo 4 hours, and it's not easy. It doesn't come easy. This track is very demanding, and I think the setup could have used a little bit of work. I was very quick on the straights, but in the corners, I seemed to lose a lot of time to some of the guys ahead. And
So over the course of 4 hours, so far, about 2.5 hours in, what's the traffic been like out there?
for us, during the start, there were a few GT3s who either had to make a quick trip to the pits or had some issues, and they were coming through. They seemed to really, some of them were patient, some of them really were not wanting to stick around. They wanted to get through as quickly as possible, and they kind of made that clear. So at least traffic in this league, it tends to be pretty good. The guys are pretty respectful, and they normally have some sort of idea of where and when is a good place to pass. Of course, there's always times when that doesn't happen, and you have an LMP sending it down your inside, and you have to lift or you have to brake a little bit earlier. But as long as you're managing that together, it usually just works out. But from my perspective, traffic wasn't that bad, or wasn't really an issue, other than maybe a few instances where it was a little bit heavier than I would have liked.
Well, an unfortunate end to your race. Hopefully we see you back with a better finish at Watkins Glen and Sebring. Anybody you'd like to thank or shout out before we let you go?
Well, I did have my parents watching this one, and unfortunately they had to leave to go to church. But if my brother or sister are watching this on a replay, I'd like to shout them out. Shout out my brother Nicholas. He's currently finishing up his second to last semester of college, and he has finals coming up. So,
All right. Well, that was Jack Lee from the 499 GT4 car, whose race ended a little early. And we saw Kevin Medina there struggling again with keeping the car on track, got beached on the curb, and was not able to get it going again. I think had to tow ultimately. We're now on board with the 86, and a big moment coming through the corner there. Manages to gather it, but has overheated the tires and slides through that double apex right-hander on the run up to miss. Manages to keep it on the track, get it pointed back in the right direction with minimal time loss.
Yeah, and that's pretty much when you make a mistake in a race like this, especially with the Nurburgring, pretty much the main thing is just trying to limit time loss. You're just trying to make sure you get as little time loss as possible. Because, I mean, we know that 6 seconds might as well be 6/10 at this track, but if you have a gap, like, say, the gap to the leader in the LMP2 class, if you're Justin Barrera and Nathan Olson is 43 seconds in front of you, and you make a mistake, pretty much you just have to make sure you lose as little time as possible. Because the thing is, I mean, a spin is a spin, but, I mean, if you spin and you go head on into the wall and you have to tow back to the pit lane because you blew the engine, I mean, that can just end somebody's race.
That's right. So luckily, didn't look like he added any extra damage to the car. So at the end of that tow, they'll assess how much damage there is and if they're going to take any optional repairs. But it looks like we have another interview ready. We're going to bring in the overall race leader, Nathan Olson, with, dare I say, some human-like mistakes. Nathan, it's odd to see you not being perfect.
Well, I mean, it's a really big track. It's easy to lose focus here, and there's some areas where you just hit a curb slightly wrong, and bad things happen.
So in the broadcast, we did go on board with you for a lap, and we watched your traffic management skills. There was one bit of a scary moment with a GT3 car, but overall, it looks like your traffic management is living up to your reputation from previous races. How's it been like out there?
It's a little different. The last races you were passing multiple cars every lap. This race is like, it's turned out to be maybe one, maybe two cars once. I don't even know, every 2 laps. So it's very different. I've been catching cars in different spots, so it's kind of learning how to pass them because I don't have the experience on passing GT3 cars and stuff at this track in an LMP2 car. So every time is a new time.
So we've seen you're the class of the field again with a nice lead over Metamorphosis. You got away with a freebie there with missing your pit stop and having to tow there on the front straightaway. How big of a sigh of relief did you get whenever you pulled back into the pit box and saw the short pit time?
Oh, what happened was I knew I had to pit that lap, but I joined a different channel to speak with another Maradness team, and I like at the time it was right where I was supposed to pit, so I completely forgot to, and luckily I guess I stopped where I should have because it was only 50 seconds, and instead of like 11 minutes or whatever it would have been if I kept going. So it was definitely a sigh of relief.
Well, it looks like you're having a really good race out there. We'll let you go so you can continue on, and maybe we'll be speaking with you here in about an hour and a half at the end of the race.
Maybe, hopefully.
All right, that was your overall leader, Nathan Olson, in the number 70 Maradness Sapphire. Alex, he's really been laying it down today.
Yeah, he's just been absolutely electric behind the wheel of that LMP2 car. He's just absolutely insane. Like you mentioned, a bit of human-like mistakes that we've seen from him throughout the race, but even then, he's just been able to pull such a large gap out from the Metamorphosis team and pretty much every other LMP2 car in the field, and it's just been absolutely insane to watch him fly around this place, and just what an insane driver.
Absolutely, it's very rare that you get to see such dominance in a league setting like this. As we're on board with the 296 coming up to one of the higher speed corners, looks like maybe some issues. Just gets it a little bit hot through there and going to make some heavy contact with both ends of the car and the barrier, and have to deal with some GT4 here. That looks like Adnow forced and now going to carry on some significant damage. Hopefully they have a fast repair left.
Yeah, that's pretty much just going to be the thing that saves their races. As a hit like that, especially on the front end, is just going to kill the car. So that team is going to hope they still have a fast repair left and probably use it by the time they get back to the pit lane. Giancarlo lead, though, catching up to the Maradness purple Mercedes here, driven by Matthew O'Leary. And as these drivers head towards the carousel, this complex of hairpins, it looks like Giancarlo doing a great job just catching right up to the back bumper of that Mercedes. And I would reckon once they get down to the straightaway, that long straightaway that brings them back to the GP circuit, I'd reckon that's where Giancarlo might make his move. Is pretty much you can't really make a move on this track anywhere after that part.
Yeah, it's very difficult to set up a good passing maneuver on the Nordschleife. There are a few good passing opportunities, so either you need to be very bold or very patient. The 288 continues to run down the 334 of Maradness Purple. The 288 car looking very clean now. The 334 not so clean, so that could come into play here, coming down Dottinger at the end of the lap. But The 288 has shown a lot of speed, making its way back up through the field after that lap 1 incident. So I won't be surprised to see it make its way to P2 by the end of the race, or possibly even the end of this lap. So keep an eye on that 288 car, and I believe that team is also the points leader in the GT3 category.
Yeah, definitely. This team has shown a lot of pace all season long through the couple of tracks that we have been to so far in the WSRL Endurance Series, and that's been pretty much the main thing that we're looking for. Is just a lot of consistency from these teams. It doesn't matter if you win every race. You don't have to win every race. You don't have to finish second every race. As long as you are consistent, you'll find yourself in a good points position at the end of the season, because somebody could win the first race, then wreck out of the next race, and then just do the same thing over and over again. And if somebody finishes second every race behind them, then they'll win the championship. I mean, it's just all about being consistent. And that's exactly what the DS Racing MV Skin Lab team has done this season.
We've seen a little bit of impatience early on in the race that lead to disaster. They've made their way back up through the field now, though. Goncalo now easily within slipstream range. We're going to see the closing speed that you should see in a slipstream as he's closing very quickly, going to easily be able to make this pass. Miranda is even going to move over to facilitate it. The driver of that Miranda's car, very privy to the situation with that front end damage, knows exactly what's going to happen, does the right thing, just kind of gets out of the way, saves them both some time and possibly at the risk of an incident, and carries on. They are on lap 18, so they should be about halfway through a fuel stint right now, so we should not see either of these cars come into the pits. The 288 makes its way back to P2.
Yes, it looks like, I mean, that Miranda's purple car, with all that damage on the front end after that incident on that lap out of the pits, that Mercedes still is yet to come into the pits of the Miranda's purple team. Matthew O'Leary driving, still is yet to come into the pits for a fast repair there, and you can see the lap time there was 7 seconds slower on this Mercedes. So the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car, driven by Giancarlo Lee, did an 8:27. It was an 8:23, excuse me. And then Matthew O'Leary in the Miranda's purple Mercedes did an 8:30 second lap time. And I would attribute that to all of the damage that Matthew has on the front end of that car, but still is yet to come into the pit lane. Is just going to try and deal with it and just try and probably take a fast repair for it on the next lap. And you can see the lap times there just then, and you could see how far off Matthew O'Leary's last lap was.
That's right. The front end is definitely having a huge effect on that car. It's going to absolutely murder the straight line speed. So just trying to limp it through to keep on the fuel strategy. They do have a very commanding lead for the AM category in GT3, so probably just holding on to that. Have quite a few spots over P2 in that division, so still going to make some really good points.
Yes, here's Justin Barrera once more. Looks like he's just continued to lose more time to Nathan Olson ahead of him, but nothing really he can do about it, though. I mean, Nathan Olson, aside from a couple of human-like mistakes that we've seen from him this race, just absolutely electric on this circuit, and I would reckon that Justin Barrera having to drive by himself, probably just getting a little bit tired behind the wheel of this LMP2 car, starting to fall off a little bit, but also, I mean, Nathan Olson is just wicked fast.
Nathan is very fast. Nathan actually running this solo as well, so we see the top two overall, both are solo entries, as Old Man Dan was not able to join the Sapphire team due to other scheduling conflicts. But we do have Justin Barrera lurking in the interview waiting room, and it looks like he's got some free air, so this will be a good time to talk to him. We have now your P2 in the LMP2, Justin Barrera. Just made your way through some traffic. How's it like out there?
It's getting slicker and slicker as the tires wear. And I don't know, the track temp really hasn't heated up as much. It's more of tire wear. The maintaining and focus as well.
So how have you found the traffic so far today?
Sometimes it's decent. Sometimes it's like, I think people are lacking. And like, hey, you could just lift and we would all be done. So yeah. It's both good and bad.
It's very hard to get a racing driver to lift voluntarily. But yes, you're right. Sometimes just a little bit of a lift can help that traffic issue ease itself out. Your lap times have looked pretty good. There's a big gap ahead to Nathan, though. Do you think you can catch him?
I don't think it's gonna happen. I mean, I don't know. Does he have a second driver to go in, or is it just him today?
I believe that he is also running it alone today.
Yeah, there's no way.
Categorically says no. There's no way I'm going to catch Nathan Olson. But you're in a pretty good spot in P2. Are you happy with your race so far?
Yes and no. I mean, there's two incidents early on I wish didn't happen, and I'm not sure if I'm getting floor damage or what. I'm just not sure what the current average lap times are. If I'm there or if I'm like not, if the car's damaged and I'm being slowed down.
It's very
Yeah.
difficult to tell. You're right, especially with traffic involved. It's hard to pin down a good average lap time. So hopefully you don't have floor damage. You can carry on and maybe close this gap up a little bit and show that Nathan is going to have to keep on it to keep ahead of you.
Yeah, I would love that, but he's better at keeping the car on the track better and keeping the pace up. So it's really hard to get up there and keep alive.
Well, maybe if there's an incident with traffic, we'll be talking to you again in about an hour and 20 minutes. And
Yep, never know.
you just never give up. That's right.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Justin. And
Appreciate it.
that was your overall P2 driver, Justin Barrera. That's two drivers that have been talking to us from the cockpit while turning laps. Kevin Medina looks like had another incident out here. Oh, yes, on the run up to YouTube corner. That might make its way onto YouTube in addition to this broadcast as he backs up to the access road to pull it around. Heavy contact with the rear. Very, very frustrated. Kevin Medina having lots of issues and struggling with this track. Maybe the setup just doesn't suit him.
Yes, I believe they swapped drivers on their last stop, so I reckon that probably maybe some older tires, or maybe just not used to the car again, or like you said, Randall, maybe just a bad setup that he isn't really comfortable with. That maybe all the other drivers on his team are comfortable with, and that's pretty much where the beauty of endurance races comes into play. Because I mean, you can put a setup on a car that one man or that one person can just get into that car, set the fastest lap time ever, but then that person's teammate can come out and set one of the slowest lap times ever, and that's where the balance comes into play, where people have to create their setups to fit for their entire team. You can't have one setup that makes somebody go stupid fast, but then have everybody else on the team think it's undrivable. And I mean, you just have to compromise that setup. You just have to compromise that little bit of speed just to make sure that all your teammates can keep up as well. And that's where some people may struggle a little bit, is their team puts on a setup that maybe they aren't really comfortable with, or they didn't expect them to use. And it ends up coming race time when they get in the car, they just can't control it and end up making a couple of mistakes. And that could be the case with Kevin Medina.
The other thing that we can't emphasize enough is how difficult the Nordschleife is. One of the most difficult parts about it is its length. There are so many corners that if you don't have a lot of experience on this track, you can easily find yourself lost, mistaking one corner for another, and struggling for that. At that in particular, where he had his last incident there at YouTube corner, that's the end of a second complex. The two complexes are almost identical in the way that you drive them. One is just a gear slower than the previous one. So it's easy to get confused on where you're at, which curbs you can hit, which ones you cannot, what speed you should be going, what gear you should be in. So track knowledge is extremely paramount at a track like this. And it could be that Kevin doesn't have a lot of experience here, and that's showing. So if it seems like we're picking on Kevin, we're not picking on Kevin. It is just showing a very good illustration of just how difficult this track can be.
Yeah, I remember there was a race I did a while ago, as we're seeing Behnke catch up to Matthew O'Leary here now. Just very slow, this Muradin's purple Mercedes is right now, and Behnke is just going to be able to fly right by. And actually, the Empire Racing car just set the fastest GT3 time of the race with what I thought I saw was an 8-minute 17-second lap from that number 25 car, and that is just absolutely lightning fast. But to go back to the conversation about how difficult this track is, I do remember I did a C-Class Miata race, and there's another human-like mistake from Nathan Olson. Missed that chicane a little bit. I reckon that might be a slowdown penalty. What I was seeing is
Almost a carbon
Wow.
copy of his last incident. It gets a lot more of the sausage curve this time. Keeps it pointed the right direction the entire way through that incident. But almost certainly going to have some floor damage. Maybe getting to the point where Nathan Olson is struggling, having to be the only driver in the car. As we see, the 92 has to pull off in tow for some reason. You gotta wonder, maybe it's not even a pit window issue, so I'm not really sure what's going on there.
Maybe just a damaged car, or the driver is just sick of driving and just couldn't finish the lap, but I'm not sure. But I mean, yeah, definitely probably some floor damage on this car now. I mean, you could see how much Nathan hit that curb with the rear end of his car. He got the right side tires on the grass before he turned in, so when he went to go turn in, just shot the car sideways. He floored it over a curb, and that sent the rear end super high into the air, put the car almost 30 degrees facing the ground, it looked like. And I would reckon that's probably some considerable floor damage to the rear end of that car. But I want to say what I want to say about going back to the conversation about how difficult this track is. I do remember doing a C-Class Miatas race at this track, and I remember it was my first time ever driving that car here. And on the second or third lap, if we look on the track map, I'm going to see if I can point it out. The corner that is mostly to the left, that little hairpin looking corner after that sharp bend that you have to brake hard into. I thought I was somewhere else on the track, so I thought it was a corner that I could just throw it super deep into. And it's not this corner. It was a little bit before this one. The Justin Barrera should be heading up to it right now if we want to swap over to him. And I remember coming down this straight, right? I know the Miatas are a lot slower, but he's heading up through this section right here, through this full throttle bend. He go full throttle through this bend, then it's hard braking into this hairpin, and I thought I was somewhere else on the track. So I thought it was a corner that I could pretty much take full throttle, so I didn't brake till the last second, ended up killing my race. And that's one of the main parts about this track, like we were talking about, Randall. It's so easy to forget where you are with how much this track, like say the first sector, how much it looks alike to maybe the third or fourth sector, and it's just very easy to make a lot of mistakes. But here's a gaggle of cars, as a lot of drivers stuck under a blanket right here. 2 GT3s, a GT4, and an LMP2 all on top of each other.
Yeah, you see all three classes converge at one spot of the track is never a good thing. To have it happen on the green hell is an absolute nightmare. That they managed to shake it out pretty well. It looks like the 296 comes out the worst for it, though. Going to lose a lot of time to that car ahead of him, the 255, as the 86 makes its way around. 255 ended up gaining a bit of a windfall there as they're flashing their lights at each other. Maybe guys needed to chill out just a little bit, have a little bit more patience. These things are going to happen in multi-class racing. The 255, though, definitely gaining the benefit of a little bit of a gap because of that traffic.
Yeah, and that's just one thing with endurance racing. And actually, it looks like Jesse Olsen is a lap ahead of Marco Vallela right now. So looks like not for position these two cars are. And Marco just trying to run his race right now. He's down 4 spots from where he started, just probably trying to salvage as much time and position as he can, as Jesse Olsen starts to chase him down at the moment. And that's just one thing about the Nurburgring, is how if you find a bunch of other cars at a bad yeah, they're on different laps. If you catch a whole different class of cars on a bad spot of the track, you could be stuck behind them for well over 30 seconds, and that is just something that is absolutely horrible for one's races. It can just really knock seconds off a car's gap to the person in front of him.
That's right. And we saw there, even though they're not racing for position, I like to call it leader luck. Whenever you're in a group of cars approaching a slower class car, I like to be that first car there. You saw the 255 manage to get through the traffic, losing less time than the 296 did. So sometimes fighting for that track position before you get to that slow traffic can become important, as you lose less time typically as the first car to catch.
Yeah, and I mean that's honestly, I've never really thought about it that way, and that seems like a pretty good rule of thumb. Just being the first car in line to catch a slower car, you just are able to easily make the move. Meanwhile, everybody else might get a little bit stuck if you head up into a complex of corners. But here's more issues for Kevin Medina here. Wow, that's a big hit in that BMW. Looks like he took that corner a little too fast, got onto the curb and couldn't slow that car down hard into the barrier and ends up spinning back around. The engine is not blown. That car still can move and into the barrier once again, trying to get it back going the right way. And it looks like, I mean, I'm surprised. I'm surprised they haven't tried to use a fast repair to try and repair this BMW. It's just, look at it. I mean, you can see it's crab walking majorly right now. Spins it again. So so this BMW crab walking heavily and looks like just towed back to the pits. He was done.
Poor Kevin has had a day here at the Nurburgring and will be very happy to see this calendar entry in his rearview mirror. Hopefully next time he comes to race, he'll have a bit more time to practice. As we see the 288 gets a little too much curb there and has a big snap of oversteer. It's a very good save. It looked very tame on the broadcast, but I can tell you from experience, hitting that curb in that position and sliding the way he did, his eyes are as big as teacups right now. He did a very good job of keeping that car on track.
Julio Contreras catching up, or a little bit catching up to Lilac Zier in front of him now. Is that that Prismatic Motorsports Regantia car only about under 3 seconds ahead of him now. So it looks like Julio doing a great job here closing this gap down. And I mean, I reckon we might be able to see another GT3 battle here soon.
The battles are forming around the track. We're starting to see little groups of cars running together. This is normally how it happens. You'll see some cars in bubbles, but you'll see little groups of 2 or 3 cars running together, and then traffic will suddenly split them up. And over the course of a lap or two, they may close back together.
Yeah, and I mean that's one part about this track that makes it so interesting to watch. Is, I mean, there's so many different sections on this racetrack that you could be faster than somebody in one section, but if somebody's like a lot faster than you in another section, I mean, it can keep cars gridlocked in certain time frames. Like, say if one car is 3 seconds behind another, I mean, one car could fall off a little. Now the gap is 3.5 seconds, but then that car could be better on another section. Then it brings the gap back down to 2.5 seconds, and then the car leading is better and gets the gap back up to 3 seconds, and it just keeps those cars gridlocked together as they can't really make any moves. And here's Eric Leitschke driving the Shut Up and Drive It A2 Porsche, and it looks like just a little bit of a mistake heading through there. And that LMP2 car, that 86 car, has to slow down just a little bit to make sure that they don't run into him. And very easy mistake to make there. It looks like just didn't slow down enough for that corner.
So we see a glimpse there of Justin Barrera. It looks like maybe had a bit of an off track, possibly. As we see Behnke gets off a little bit wide. It looks like the corner just before Dottinger. Gets a little wide, makes heavy contact with the front end of the car. Is now going to have to pull through, possibly take a fast repair. Going to lose a lot of time down the straightaway from that incident. We've seen that a few different drivers have incidents there. One of the worst spots to have to slow down like that or come to a stop. It's going to cost you a lot of time down the straightaway and a lot of fuel.
And it seems everybody having trouble here is the GPVA Natural Sir Porfia car driven by Marcos Franco. Looks like just got off track a little bit there, off that corner, just couldn't get it back together by the time he got to the next one, ends up riding the wall through that corner. Not much harm done to that BMW, but I reckon it might just affect the handling ever so slightly and make it a little bit more of a pain to drive.
We're back with Justin Barrera. It looks like he's still got some clean air for at least most of this lap. It will probably catch one of the GT3 cars towards the end of the lap, maybe right at the perfect time to get it done on the straightaway. Just clicking off laps now, trying to bring it home P2.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's just been a pretty quiet LMP2 race so far. It's just all those drivers just spreading out a lot now. And as Nathan Olson just pretty much being the class of the field so far, as now we're looking at Julio Contreras again, closing the gap still to Lilac's here in front of him. And I mean, last time we checked, the gap was about 4 seconds, and now it's pretty much under 2 seconds. So here's Lilac's here, and then Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia car. It looks like Lilac might have a little bit of damage to the front end of that Mercedes, and it could be affecting it a little bit more than it is the damage on the BMW behind them. So it looks like, I mean, with words just escaped me there with I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah,
Lilac does have a bit of front end damage. Maybe hit a curb a little bit hard. I know this Mercedes damage model tends to cave in the front end of the nose just a little bit if you hit some curbs too hard. I doubt that it was from car contact. Should not have a huge effect on top end speed, but that car was clean at the beginning of the lap. Now has a bit of front end damage. Julio might be able to take advantage of that, though he's carrying a bit of front end damage as well.
I do apologize for that. I was gonna say the name of Julio Contreras driving that BMW, but I just completely forgot who was driving it through that section. And actually now Julio is gonna head into the pits now, and that's going to pretty much give Lilac just a little bit more room to work with now, as Jesse Olsen starting to close the gap to the Shut Up and Drive It A2 car. That Mercedes right up there is also has another GT3 car right in front of him. Eric Lightsky here trying to hold off the Shut Up and Drive It G2 car. And it looks like there's another GT3 car behind them. That's Marco Villela right there. And I would reckon these two might have a bit of a scrap down this straight for position here. As
they're actually on different laps. We've made this mistake a couple times.
I got him backwards.
But
so Marco,
that's not going to stop Marco.
Yeah, so Marco is in that Mercedes right there. I thought he was in the Porsche behind these two, but there's the car that's for position, the Shut Up and Drive It G2 Porsche right here, driven by Jesse Olsen. And now these two Porsches are for position. That Mercedes up there, driven by Marco Villela, is on a different lap. I do apologize.
I think we've both gotten that wrong now. We'll figure it out eventually, but you're absolutely right. Here comes Jesse Olsen as we see Marco dip off into the pits. No longer will the car ahead of him have the benefit of slipstream, so now is the time for Jesse Olsen to strike. We could see an overtake for position this lap, maybe even before the end of the GP circuit.
Yeah, and I mean this GP circuit is a pretty good spot to make some moves. It's a lot more wider than the Nordschleife is, so if Jesse Olsen can close down the gap a lot here through this GP section and probably make the move here, it'd probably be his best bet, but he might have to make the move down some of the straightaways in the early part of the Nordschleife before they get to a point where Jesse just has to try and wait in line. So he's doing a pretty good job closing the gap down. Now we'll have to see if we can make it around him before the Nordschleife.
So he could be employing some fuel saving through this lap if he doesn't get there before the Nordschleife, or he could just be waiting for an opportunity to make his way around the 327. The 327 could get defensive. It's tough to say. They are teammates, so you would expect them to race clean if they don't at least race hard. But hopefully they can sort this out amongst themselves before they get to the Nordschleife.
Yeah, and I mean that's one of the biggest things that drivers might have to think about here is where they can make passing opportunities, where there are passing opportunities. And with the amount of corners on this track, you might think that there's just no point thinking about that. But really, it's easier to make a move on the GP layout because it's just a lot wider, and you can see how smoothly the shut-up driver G2 Porsche just got around Eric Lightsky there. Jesse Olsen with an easy move before they head to the Nordschleife, and you'll see how much the track narrows up by the time they turn onto the Nordschleife. You can see it's hard to fit even 3 cars. Meanwhile, on the GP circuit, you could fit up to 4.
We see the 288 run a little bit wide, make some light contact with the barrier. Just going to lose some time. That little bit of damage shouldn't affect the car too much. As long as he had the wheel relatively straight when he made contact, shouldn't be any suspension damage. We see that he's now in P3. Prismatic Motorsports Athena has gotten back to P2. I think that's just a product of the pit cycle. We should see Prismatic pit this lap for fuel.
And it looks like Rachel Conkley is just trying. It looks like, I'm not sure where this car came from. As the last time I checked, I don't think this car was this far up on the field. I thought it was the Giancarlo Elite and the Muradinus Purple team, but they might have pitted, which leaves Rachel now to be leading, or excuse me, not leading. Yeah, everybody else pit recently, so Rachel stays out once more, and that's going to leave her to just be riding in line here in second before she has to come into the pits once more, presumably by the end of this lap.
Rachel was the one that qualified this car and drove the opening stints, managed to open up a huge gap. That gap disappeared, and then her teammate had issues, and now they're trying to get their way back up through the field. As we see the 57, oh, Will gets it just a little bit wrong, gets ejected by the small carousel, and sent off into the barriers. A little bit of damage to the car, but able to get it back up to speed in time for Dottinger.
Yeah, and here's Jamie Southwell right now. Quiet GT3 race. Or, excuse me, quiet GT4 race, apologies. And the Wrong Stuff UK team. Just again, a quiet race for the GT4 side of things. Everybody's just hanging out with each other, not really racing each other so much, as Robbie McAfee still leads the GT4 field with the both Sapphire SimSport Bravo and Alpha cars neck and neck, just 1 and 2. Here's Martin Pearson in the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car, and just hanging out in P2 here, just trying to log some laps and finish the final hour of this race. Actually, I just realized we are under an hour to go in this race. We have just entered hour 3.
We saw those two Sapphire SimSport teams cars closer together about an hour ago. That gap has opened up to about 11 seconds now. We see we're back on board with the P2 in the GT4. They were right on each other's heels for a couple laps, and now that gap opened up, and doesn't look like he's going to have much of a chance to close it back down without an issue from that P1 car.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, now that we've mentioned it, it looks like Martin Pearson is starting to close down the gap a considerable amount. When we started looking at the GT4 cars, it looked like that the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car was maybe 11.8, maybe 12 seconds behind the Sapphire SimSport Bravo car. Now the gap is almost under 10 seconds. So, I mean, I'm not sure what really happened. Yeah, you can see McAfee lost over a second in both sectors 9 and 10 there. So, I mean, it could just be the sectors that maybe the Alpha car is better in, but it could be, yeah, it could just be the sectors that Pearson is better in. But so far, I mean, yeah, I mean, he's getting passed by a GT3 car again just then that could have slowed him down a little bit. Really doing a great job closing the gap is Pearson right now.
Yeah, it's very hard to determine closing rates on a very short-term scale like this. We see that the number 2 car, or the 420 car, dealing with a lot of traffic right now. So traffic plays a big part in why these gaps start to shrink. So 10 seconds, not insurmountable in the space of an hour, though it's very difficult. You're going to have traffic on your side to really help you there. And you're going to have to be faster. So a lot of things have to happen for this 10-second gap to evaporate.
Another thing is the pit stops for these GT4 cars. I'm not sure how often they have to pit, but that's where Martin Pearson could maybe take a little bit of a risky strategy here. We're on lap 24. The last time the GT4 cars pitted was from pretty much lap 15 to 17, so not sure when the next time they will pit is, but it looks like they're just all hanging out as Martin Pearson would attempt to close this gap down, and the pits are probably where he might have a really good shot to be able to do that. Is he could take a bit of a risky strategy, try and maybe take some tires, and just try and close that gap down, using the pit lane deltas that all these GT4 cars have to follow.
So the GT4 cars are able to get 5 laps easily out of a tank of fuel. With some moderate saving, they can get 6 laps, and you only need 2 6-lap stints to erase a complete stop, to go with only 4 stops instead of 5. You do sacrifice a bit of time, but it ends up being much faster over the entire length of the race when you have to take 1 less pit stop. Now, they change tires at the same time as they refuel, unlike the GT3s and LMP2s, so it's almost a given that each car will take tires every fuel stop. But if you do stretch out that fuel and take 1 less stop, you could have a bit more worn tires through that last stint. So it's all to play for still. That gap could disappear if one of them is on it. If the P2's car is in a fuel saving strategy and it's able to take 1 less pit stop, we could see something very, very interesting at the end of the race.
Speaking of the Sapphire Sim Sport cars, here's the Sapphire Sim Sport Charlie car. The LMP2 machine driven by Thomas Fisher. And it looks like just quiet race for them so far. Currently inside the top 5 for the LMP2 class, but so far a quiet and consistent race for this team so far. And it looks like, unlike their GT4 counterparts, not really up towards the front, but still just consistent, clean race for them as they're just trying to hang out and just log it down the final 55 minutes of this race.
I think, Alex, you're suffering from a little bit of memory loss. I'll prod you just a little bit here, Alex. They've had some issues. They were up more towards the top 3. They've had a couple fast repairs taken. The car looks very clean now as they're closing in on P4. And oh no, as we speak of it, P4 straight off the track on the turn in to the Nordschleife makes heavy front end contact. Suddenly, they're going to have to deal with Fisher as he closes the gap. Now, not very far behind them at all.
Well, I do apologize. It appears I did not pay that much attention earlier to this broadcast, probably not as much as I should have. Now, as it looks like the Radna Sapphire car just came in and out of the pits, as it looks like, Morrow just got onto the curbing a little bit there for the Grand Prix circuit pit lane there. Couldn't get the car slowed down, ends up catching the gravel and just brings the car straight off the track.
Could be that he saw on his Delta that SimSport car was closing. The Sapphire SimSport car was closing. Maybe got nervous, lost track of where he was at, got too much of that curb, like you said, and was not able to get that car wound up. And now that gap has been shaved down by 10 seconds. It's only 7.5 seconds. We could have a race on our hands.
Yeah, most certainly is. I would reckon that damage is going to affect this car a lot, and that could give Thomas Fisher a very good upper hand, as now the gap, last time we checked, it was about 8.5 seconds. Fisher's already gotten that gap closed down by 2 seconds now. We'll see the times through Sector 6. It was a 39.0 for Morrow, and it looks like Fisher is going to knock out over a second just in that sector alone. So yeah, Randall, I would reckon we definitely are going to have a really good race on our hands.
So they are on lap 24 right now. This should be the end of their pit window, or their fuel stint. They should be coming into the pits this lap. So maybe he still has a fast repair in hand if there's much damage to that car. Looks like he might have gotten away pretty clean from it, actually. The tire barriers in iRacing are pretty forgiving. So even if they don't have a fast repair, these LMP2 cars tend to repair very quickly. Could still have some speed in the car after their pit stop, but that gap is just evaporating very quickly. Down to 4.5 seconds already.
Yeah, and it looks like there's also a battle going on in the GT3 class. Now is the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car catching up to the MIA WSRL Endurance Porsche up there. I know it says BMW, but that is a Porsche currently being chased down by Rachel Conkley now as they head towards the complex of hairpins. I reckon this might be a good spot if Rachel can close down this gap to make a move, but it looks like not really going to be close enough by the time they get to the carousel now, as Rachel's probably just going to have to ride in line until these two drivers get to the straightaway now to try and make a move.
You see Rachel definitely faster through some of these bends, closed the gap very much in the carousel. There's a couple opportunities to make some passes here in the corners coming up. We'll see if she has the nerve to do so, or if she waits. She looks like she's being very patient now. But after pitting, they were up to P2. They did pit back down to P5, trying to get up to P4. We could see Prismatic back on the podium by the end of this race.
Just maybe is if Rachel gets around this Porsche in front of her, she still has a 22-second gap up to the Madness Purple Mercedes in front of her. And I mean, like we mentioned, how pretty much close the gaps are. And, well, not really close, but how in terms of Nurburgring scale, the gaps at this point are going to be really close at this point. And I mean, I would reckon that could probably overcome if Rachel just can run down some consistent laps in the final 50 minutes of this race. She can just do a really nice job of keep it clean, keep it consistent, and she might end up on the podium at the end of the day.
Rachel has been the class of the GT3 field when it comes to pace, being very patient. As we see, the 86 tangling with some GT3 cars, and now some netcode induced contact there sends that GT3 hard into the barrier. That is absolute heartbreak, as now Morrow is trying to run away from Fisher. We're going to get a second look at this, and sometimes in sim racing, the difference in pings between different drivers can cause some incidents that look like they shouldn't have even been contact to end up being heavy contact with a barrier, contact between cars, and that's just one of those cases, and there's not really much you can do about it. It's just very unfortunate.
Yeah, and that's going to end up giving us a battle between LMP2 cars, and we also have a battle we also have two battles in the GT3 class now. As you saw, the Prismatic Motorsports Athena car driven by Rachel Conkley just got around the MIA WSRL Endurance Porsche there. And there's also a battle shut up and drive it the shut up and drive it B1 car and the GPVA Natural Sir Laporte Racing team right in front of them now. So this will be another battle by the time they get to the straightaway. And now we can take a look at these two LMP2 cars down the straightaway. Here goes Thomas Fisher now around the right side of Morrow, and it looks like Morrow going to pull right back in line to try and get back try and make that move, try and get the run to get back around, but it looks like not going to happen. Is now here's our third battle on this lap that's going to happen down this straightaway between Andrew Gajardik and the GPVA car in front of him now, is they're going to head down this long back straightaway, and I would reckon that maybe Gajardik is going to have the run early on, but I mean, if he makes the move a bit early, that Natural Sir Laporte Racing team BMW could stretch it right back around him, just maybe.
We see there's a little bit of front end damage here on the 227. He's going to step out. Doesn't really slow him down too much. Both cars have a bit of front end damage, so able to use that momentum from the slipstream to make the move. And actually, it looks like the 227 has made up 2 positions this lap. If Diego isn't able to make the move back, it doesn't look like he's going to have the time to get the slipstream back and that momentum. So 2 positions in 1 lap for that 227. That's pretty impressive in the late stages of a race like this.
Yeah, where the field is mostly spread out and a lot of battles happen in terms of pretty much either happenstance or off of the pit stops. It's pretty impressive to see 2 cars being moved in 1 lap like that. And I mean, just great job, great driving from Andrew Gajardik there. Really bringing his team back towards the front of the field. And I know it's a minute gap to the MIA WSRL Endurance car in front of him, but I mean, he could possibly bring his team back into the top 5 over the course of the next 50 minutes, because we know how this track is. It's very unpredictable and very unforgiving, so just one mistake from that Porsche in front of them, and I mean, that could bring that Shut Up and Drive It B1 team into the top 5.
And don't look now. Rachel Conkley is only 19 seconds behind, not P3, P2. P2 and P3 have been fighting. There's been a change of position on the podium, and now if they continue fighting, it could be that Rachel Conkley is going to join this race. There's not a lot of time, but there is certainly enough for things to develop. So Rachel, very fast, was carrying about 4 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the GT3 field at the beginning of the race. So if we extrapolate that out, 5 laps, we could see this become a three-way fight with a little bit of fighting, pit stops. It may be less than 5 laps. There is time for this to happen.
Yes, Matthew O'Leary now trying to chase back down Giancarlo Lean. I want to check the front end of that Mercedes. I want to see if it maybe still has a little bit of damage, because we know it did last time we checked, as Matthew had some hard contact with the guardrail earlier in the race. It doesn't look like, looks like a fast repair was used. Doesn't look like there's any damage on the front end of that Mercedes now, so it's going to be a clean race between these two cars. Both of them have clean race cars, and both of them are just going to hang out here, try and wait for a good section to battle. I reckon that might be what Matthew's doing here, but it looks like Giancarlo Lead starting to pull away.
The 288 car has definitely had more pace than the Miranda's car. We've seen Matthew O'Leary, be a bit more patient and a bit more forgiving. Knows that he's got the AM win easily in hand as long as he can bring it home. So been a bit more forgiving and giving up spots here at the front. If he can maintain the overall podium, it's going to be a huge win for them in the points, and definitely just wants to keep the car clean and just keep the pressure on the 288 here. We've seen the 288 been making some mistakes, so as long as you keep the pressure on, another mistake could happen. You could get a free spot out of it.
Yeah, and one of the things about that is, I mean, Giancarlo has been very fast so far, and we've seen how much he's pushing this car to the limit. But the thing is, that careful driving style that Matthew O'Leary is showing right now could give him an edge here. If Giancarlo misses one bad corner, that's going to send him back behind the Mercedes, and he'll have to make that move all over again. So I would reckon that probably at this point in the race, if I were driving, I'd probably want to go for Matthew O'Leary's driving style, where he's just keeping it a little bit more careful, just trying to hang out, try and finish the race, rather than just trying to push the car as hard as he can.
Spot on. If I'm Giancarlo's teammate, I'm on the radio with him saying, just calm down. 95% will get us P2 here. You don't need to push 100%. Every time that they push and have an issue or start to fight with Matthew O'Leary, then Rachel Conkley is going to close in even closer. We've seen that gap is already slipped away by 2 seconds, and that's just over not even half of a lap. Rachel is absolutely flying. You need to be aware of that. With still just under 45 minutes left to go, you could fall victim to Rachel Conkley. You need to clean it up, like you said, maybe back out just a little bit, make sure you keep it clean.
Yeah, but Rachel has been closing this gap down quite a lot. You can see in sectors 6, 7, 8, and 9, she has knocked some time out of that gap considerably at the moment. She's doing it more now as the gap. She knocked out 3/10 of a second through sector 10, and the gap is almost under 15 seconds now. So Randall, I would reckon if Matthew doesn't start pushing this car a little bit more, he might be under threat from Rachel here in a couple of laps.
She is definitely flying. You got to keep that in mind. Just keep your race clean. If you push the car, like you've mentioned, you're just opening yourself up to mistakes. You need to find that groove. Matthew O'Leary's been doing that all race. He could fall victim to Rachel with his pace, but still, even if he ends up P4 overall in GT3, he's going to get a huge haul of points over P2 in the AM category.
Yeah, and that's something I want to take a second to mention real fast. You and Tom probably mentioned it earlier on the broadcast in the first 2 hours of the race, but doesn't look like it on the ticker, but there are two separate classes of GT3 cars. You have GT3 Pro and GT3 AM. So Matthew O'Leary currently the leader of the GT3 AM class right now inside the GT3 class. So It's nice to see an amateur driver on the podium at the moment, but he might be but he could very well be under threat from Rachel Conkley if he doesn't start picking up the pace. You can just see Rachel is starting to absolutely fly around this circuit now.
And one of the easy ways is held between the GT Pro-Am and the GT3 Am. The Pro-Am has these bluish, maybe slightly purple end plates and number plates and wing mirrors, and the Am has the red. Also, the numbers, the Pro-Am category has the 200 numbers, and the Am category has the 300 numbers. Empire Racing was I think a last-minute entry and didn't get the number set correctly on that car. I believe that they are in the Pro-Am category with the blue wing mirrors and should have a 300 number, or sorry, a 200 number.
Yeah, so they still would be the leader of the main GT3 class at the moment, but I would reckon that if the Muradenous purple car, Matthew O'Leary, gets passed by Rachel Conkley, I mean, nothing to panic about. I mean, yeah, it would be more overall points for them, but still, I mean, it would be a great win for them in the GT3 AM class, and nothing really to worry about if they get passed by Rachel, but it still is very interesting to see how much Rachel is closing this gap down in pretty much the entire last maybe 1 or 2 laps. And here's Marco Vallela in the DS Racing Mercedes. Oh, and it looks like he got onto the grass a little bit, sends that car around hard into the right side guardrail, and that's just very unfortunate for them. They already weren't having the best of races to begin with, and that sends them with a lot of damage back to pretty much the rear of the field. And I mean, I reckon a faster pair probably going to be used on that Mercedes at the moment, but just unfortunate for them.
We've seen a lot of issues with the 255. They may be out of faster pairs. Where that incident happened is one of those spots on track where there's a couple different complexes that look very similar on entry. May have just gotten confused of where he was at, pushed a little too hard when he should have been on the brakes, got into the barrier. It's very easy to do in that section of the track.
Yeah, as Rachel Conkley still starting to close down this gap. Just unfortunate for Marco Vallela and his DS Racing team. Well, we're going to hope that they can pick it back up for, I believe, next. I should know this. I'm not sure where we're going next in this series. Randall, I'm pretty sure you can probably help me out on this one.
The next race is Watkins Glen, yes.
Thank you. Yes, next race is Watkins Glen for these drivers. So I would presume that that's probably, hopefully, going to be where Marco Vallela and his team can try and just improve a little bit, bring themselves back into a fighting contention. But currently, just not much they can do at the moment, as Rachel Conkley still starting to rapidly close this gap down.
We've seen that Goncalo has found a bit of pace over the back half of that last lap, has managed to stabilize that gap. So P2 may be safe if he can keep that pace up. But yes, Rachel is very much coming for Matthew O'Leary. Matthew's going to have to really buckle down if he's going to hope to keep this podium. But I think he's going to be happy. 3rd or 4th probably doesn't make a huge difference to him. Just try to keep the car clean.
Yeah, and that another thing, I know we keep mentioning this at the moment, but just one thing that probably mainly has to do with a lot of that is with the GT3 AM and Pro Am classes, Matthew just realized, he doesn't really have to push too hard. He already has the GT3 AM when pretty much secured, and a podium would be nice, but at this point, it doesn't really matter all that much, as even if he loses that spot to Rachel Conkley, he'll still end up being a winner at the end of the day.
And you never want to give up. I mean, obviously, we've seen on multiple different series on slow motion broadcasting, and even in this endurance series, things can happen very quickly. So you got to keep in it. Just because Rachel's closing doesn't mean she's passed you yet. What catching is one thing, passing is another. Anything could happen here. We have 37 minutes left to go. That's still a lot of time for something bad to happen to somebody.
Yes, here's Mariano Marini now catching up to the Lilacs here in the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia entry. And it looks like Mariano has a lot of pace at the moment. I reckon this is fresh off a driver swap. I haven't seen Mariano in this car pretty much this whole race. So I reckon maybe a fresh driver swap, and now looking for a move into the hairpin in the GP section, misses the corner a little, almost catches the rear end of Lilac there. That was really close there. Could have been a disaster. Maybe Mariano just tried to send it in a little bit more, but so far just riding in line behind Lilac and showing a lot of pace early on in his stint in that BMW.
So both cars pit on lap 21, their lap 21. So they both changed tires, so they're both on the same kind of tires. It looks like right now the BMW just is the faster of the two cars. I would think that the BMW is likely faster through the GP section, as it's much better on braking than the AMG. But we could see that positions switch back. The Mercedes is definitely a rocket ship on the straightaways. There's a bunch of full throttle sections around here where Lilac can keep that car in contact with the BMW and then make a move on Dottinger.
Yeah, and that's pretty much just gonna be the name of the game. As I mean, we're in the closing stages of this race now, as it looks like we have a battle for the lead of the GT4 class now, and just realizes Robbie McAfee looks like got passed by Martin Pearson, presumably on pit road, and now, I mean, McAfee now having to play catch up and try and take that lead back, as the Sapphire SimSport cars are going to be going at it for the final, I would assume the final 35 minutes of this race.
That's right. The pit lane time for McAfee was 11.5 seconds longer than the 420 car with Martin Pearson. So that is definitely what caused the change in positions. We have a race on our hands for the GT4 win between the two Sapphire cars. So this could get very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean this is a part of GT4 racing that, I mean, I don't really get to see that often. I mean, I haven't seen many particular battles for the lead of GT4 classes. I mean, especially this late in an endurance race. So this is going to be a very interesting race to watch between both the Alpha and Bravo Sapphire SimSport entries, as Robbie McAfee and Martin Pearson are just going to have to be on it for the final portion of this race. I mean, really, this is it for them. These GT4 cars don't have to pit again for the rest of this race, so this is it. They're going to be fighting like this all the way to the checkered flag.
That's absolutely right. They should be good on fuel. You have to wonder if the 420 maybe underfueled a little bit more than the 28 and could have some fuel problems at the end of this race, but there are plenty of opportunities to save a little bit of fuel, so it should not be an issue. We have a bona fide race for the GT4 overall win.
Yeah, it looks like Lilac Zier starting to once again catch up to the GPVA PPA Racing Team entry there, as those two cars are heading through or into the second part, into the northern part of the Nurburgring now, or of the Nordschleife now, as Mariano Marini still hanging on here in this BMW, but Lilac certainly is not falling off at all, as Lilac still just trying to hang on, try and maybe wait until the uphill full throttle section to try and get a nice amount of slipstream to make another move back for the lead, or just try and hang on until the long back straightaway to try and make a move for that spot once more. But the GPVA PPA Racing Team car of Mariano Marini is in the amateur class, so nothing really to worry about for Lilac if they don't get back around Mariano. But it looks like P3, if I'm not mistaken, in the amateur class for Mariano Marini. So a great job from this team.
Absolutely right. Great job. They've been running a relatively quiet race. We haven't seen them on the broadcast not much really to say about them, which is typically a good thing. If you're not at the front of the field and you're not on the broadcast very much, means you're not getting into very much trouble. Lilac is going to have her hands full to catch that car back up before Dottinger straightaway to have a chance to get that spot back.
Yeah, and now pretty much what we're looking at mainly is just consistency in teams and just trying to just make it to the end of this race. We're almost in the final half hour of this race, so I mean, it's just going to be everybody just trying to keep it as consistent as possible. Just try and make sure, just try and minimize mistakes and just try and make sure they make it to the end of this race. And that's going to be the main case for these Sapphire SimSport cars, because they're going to be fighting like this for half an hour. They don't have to pit again. So they're going to be fighting like this for a while. So the name of the game, I would say, if I'm either one of these drivers, is just going to be try and minimize mistakes and just make it to the end of the race, whether I win or I lose.
Robbie McAfee is going to be very keen to stay right on the bumper of his teammate to try to keep the pressure on to force a mistake. As we've seen, this number 28 car has been the leader for most of the race, now has to follow the 420. So you're right, very important. Keep it clean, but keep that pressure on and try to force your opponent into a mistake.
Yeah, and I mean, that probably, I mean, I reckon, yeah, this battle is going to go all the way to the checkered flag. So, I mean, Robbie just has to try and ride in line here, try and be consistent, try and use the slipstream wherever he can, and just try and ride along with Martin Pearson in front of him, just try and wait for the perfect opportunity to make a move. And I reckon that perfect opportunity could be this lap or the last lap in the final 2 minutes of the race. So, I mean, we just don't know when the perfect time is going to be, as it looks like they're being caught by an LMP2 car now.
That's the other big factor that could play into this race is traffic and traffic management. It could very easily go south for one of these drivers if they have an incident in traffic, or if they just lose a lot of time due to traffic. Right now, we see that number 57 LMP2 is being very patient, waiting for a good opportunity to overtake these GT4s. He probably is privy to the situation and not interested in breaking up a race for a lead like this, and is just going to take his time trying to get both cars with making them lose minimal time.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just something that we have to look for, is just trying to lose as little time as possible. And it looks like Aubrey Kundal driving that LMP2 car, just trying to let these two just hang out here, try to wait in line for an opportunity to pass both of them where it's not going to affect either of their races. So Aubrey doing a pretty decent job just hanging out back here, just waiting for a good opportunity to pass and just trying to just be chill, hang out, let these two race each other. You can see that is not how slow an LMP2 car should be shifting. So Aubrey's just hanging out behind these two GT4 cars, just waiting for a good opportunity to pass. I would reckon the next good opportunity to pass is going to be down this long straightaway. And I mean, Robbie might have that in his head as well, as that, I mean, he has to wait till this straightaway to make a move. And I would reckon that if Robbie wants to take the lead of this race, that's where he's going to have to do it.
A big shout out to Aubrey here for waiting. It's showing a lot of sportsmanship, and now going for take one of the cars and going to get the second one on the straightaway. It looks very easy to just chill out. It is very difficult in an LMP car to drive that slowly and keep it on the track. You're used to using a lot of the downforce in some of those corners, and when you're going that slowly, you won't have that downforce. So maintaining a slower pace like that is actually very difficult. So shout out to Aubrey Kundal for making that happen that way.
Great job on them for just hanging out, letting those two race for now. And it looks like, even with that draft down the back straightaway, it looks like the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car using that LMP2 car as a buffer, able to pretty much negate the effect of the draft that Robbie would have had. And it looks like now that we're back in the GT3 class, over the course of maybe that lap and a half, Rachel Conkley is now almost right on the back bumper of the red and his purple car of Matthew O'Leary now. So if Matthew wants to retain this position, he has to really start to step on it now, because Rachel Conkley has been just doing a fantastic job at closing this gap down. And if Matthew isn't careful, by the end of this lap, Rachel's going to be right on his back bumper.
And importantly for Rachel, if she wants to have a chance at Goncalo at the end of the race, she needs to make this pass on Matthew happen very quickly and not lose much time. That gap to P2 is down to 12 seconds, so she's shown a lot of pace. She needs to make the move around Matthew happen very quickly.
Yeah, if Rachel, because Rachel has been showing a lot of pace, and honestly, I mean, if Rachel still continues to show a lot of pace, I mean, she might have a shot at catching up to the DS Racing MV Skin Lab car. And, I mean, I know that's still a 10-second gap, but I mean, Rachel closed down an 18-second gap to Matthew O'Leary now and is about to pass him too. So I would reckon that maybe if Rachel continues to push this car, she might be able to catch up to P2 in the GT3 class. But let's go back to that GT4 battle because those two drivers are neck and neck right now. And as these two continue to race each other through the GP configuration, it looks like, I mean, I think what lost Robbie so much time down that back straightaway was, I mean, the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car just had such a better run through, just had a much better run down the back straightaway due to having the draft off of that LMP2 car driven by Aubrey Kundle and the Wrong Stuff Black team. And, off track a little bit there for Robbie McAfee. It looks like not going to affect him too much, but you can see how hard these two drivers are pushing right now to try. I mean, they just want every edge they can possibly get here in the final 25 minutes of this race. But now, Rachel Conkley right on the back bumper of Matthew O'Leary, and I would reckon if she can catch up to him in a good spot of the track, I mean, she might have to wait until the back straightaway, but definitely in the perfect opportunity to make a move whenever she can here. She's got that gap under 0.5 of a second. Just to think, maybe a lap or two ago, the gap was 18 seconds. Now it's down to nothing.
And another thing that I hadn't considered until just recently when we saw Robbie McAfee get that off track is the very, very tight incident limits. We could see a drive-through penalty affect any of these races at any time. That first drive-through happens at 15x, and then it's only every 5x after that. So, drive-throughs could ultimately decide this race.
Yeah, if we can pull up the amount of incidents, Dustin, I think there should be. Oh, so it looks like according to Dustin, the incident counts are not correct on our end, so we cannot pull those up for you guys. As it looks like when Adam's power went out earlier in the race, it removed, when somebody's power went out earlier in the race, I thought I was told that Adam's power went out, but looks like something happened earlier in the race. Everybody got kicked out of the session, or everybody on the broadcast team got kicked out of the session, so it messed up the incident count. And Rachel Conkley easily able to slide it through and take that spot away from Matthew O'Leary. And now the chase begins to see if she can catch up to Jean-Carlo Lee. But here's Nathan Olsen now.
Oh,
no! That is not something you see often.
Heavy contact as he runs just a little too hot through Courage Corner. Maybe a little bit too much Courage. Now he's going to have to limp that thing around and bring it into the pits for a faster pair. This should be the lap that he's pitting anyway, so he won't necessarily lose much time. But if he has a follow-up incident because of that damage, we could see a race for the overall win.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's just headed into the pits on the GT3 side of things. So Rachel Conkley takes over P2 once again. Here's Marco Vallela now in his Mercedes for the DS Racing team, just already on a recovery race for this team. And it looks like just sideways through that corner, it looks like doesn't hit the barriers at all, but I reckon just has to back it up quickly, get himself off the racing line in case any other cars come through. No damage done to that car, but just probably a little bit more hurt pride. And now the Muradin Sapphire car, Nathan Olsen into the pits. I would reckon a faster pair is going to be taken, as just the gap is just so large between these two cars. Justin Barrera just now heading down this back straightaway.
He's very lucky, Nathan Olsen that is, that happened on an in lap, that he doesn't have to take an extra stop, because while it wouldn't take very long to stop, that would start the gap to closing, and that could put pressure on him. And now that he's gotten the car to the pits and gotten that fast repair done, he should be good to go for the rest of the race on fuel. And also, hopefully he has another fast repair at hand in case something goes awry again.
Yes, Nathan Olsen just has to, he already has like a minute. Just has to keep this car together, keep it clean, not do what he did last lap, and he'll have won this race at the end of the day. He just has to try and keep it together, keep it careful, and keep it smooth, and he will end up victorious. But the GT4 cars once again neck and neck as Robbie McAfee goes to the outside trying to make this move, but it looks like Martin Pearson going to hang on to it. Looks like maybe trying to get the crossover there was Robbie McAfee, but just couldn't get it done as these two cars head towards the carousel now. This battle is going to go all the way to the last lap.
It absolutely will be. Robbie definitely seems like he's the faster of the pair, but unfortunately, he has the poor track position. He's sticking his nose in places, trying to find a spot to get around the 420. Just cannot get it done. It could come down to a last lap pass on the straightaway as long as traffic doesn't interfere. It's going to be a very interesting finish to the GT4 race.
Yeah, as it looks like there's another battle going on as Jamie Southwell is catching up to a very blinky Mercedes in front of her. The MIA team Merc in front in P3 there, currently being chased down by Jamie. It looks like that car blinking a lot in front of him, and I'm not sure who's driving it at the moment. I want to see if we can swap over to them and check that real fast, as it looks like, yeah, that MIA team Merc car just keeps blinking in and out of existence there. Maybe a little bit of poor connection for them, but here's Robbie McAfee just right on the back bumper, just knocking on the door of the GT4 class lead.
He is really applying the pressure now, trying to force a mistake, trying to figure out how to get around his teammate for this lead. The pressure is on. So Pearson doing a very good job of keeping it together under pressure. It can be very difficult to drive with somebody right behind you like that. So far, doing a good job keeping that lead, but we still have 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, and this battle is just going to be going on for just forever. It's going to seem like for these two drivers. They just have to be on it as much as they can in the final 20 minutes of this race, and just it's so hard to be consistent at this place.
Car in the very behind.
Yeah, that's a GT3 BMW. I'm not sure who that was.
Looks like Montevero and the 323 having issues there on the run up to the little carousel. Got that corner just before it, a little bit wrong on exit, ends up in the barrier, and now hopefully can get both of these GT4s on the straightaway and not break up this fight.
Yeah, and I mean, we have two consecutive straightaways. I mean, we have the main straight of the GP circuit. I know it's not very long in one being compared to this one here, but here goes Robbie McAfee for the lead of the GT4 class. It looks like not clear just yet as they head up towards the braking zone, but I think Martin Pearson is just going to have to relent this for now. But these two are still going to be right on each other as they head into probably the second to last lap for this race. So I would reckon maybe 2 or 3 laps to go for these drivers, and that's just 2 or 3 laps that they have left to battle each other. But now Martin with a good draft run down the straightaway. He'll pop to the outside now, side by side down the main straight and into turn number 1. Once more here in the WSRL Endurance Series from the Nurburgring Nordschleife. And it looks like Martin tries to get the switchback off the outside, but Robbie doing a great job defending as they head through the arena.
This is a very tight technical section of the track. I suspect we'll see Robbie start to maybe pull away a little bit here. He seems to have been the faster of the two drivers. Martin just needs to hang on. Just hang on to your teammate here. Don't try to be faster. Just try to match his pace. Keep in contact. It's all going to come down to the last lap. If you can be in contact at the rundown Dodger for the last lap, then you have a very good chance of winning this race.
Yeah, that's just what they have. That's just what Martin has to do to win this race for the Sapphire SimSport Alpha team now, as it looks like, I mean, there's a pretty decent chance that even before the Nordschleife that Martin could make a move back, but even on the first part of the Nordschleife, there is a lot of straightaways where Martin can get a pretty nice draft run and just maybe make a move into a heavy braking zone. But here's another battle between Marin Truckee and Jamie Southwell now. It looks like Jamie has made the move already, and now Marin is trying to hold on now as these two Mercedes, we have 2 battles between 2 Mercedes for both first and the final podium slot in the GT4 class now.
we're starting to see these races develop through all of the different categories of drivers here. And now, like you said, 2 battles in the GT4 for podiums, all Mercedes. Both basically look like carbon copies of each other, and both will likely come down to the last lap as long as Marin Truckee's connection can keep up.
Yes, we saw when Jamie Southwell was chasing down Marin, it looked like Marin's internet was just having a bit of fun, just not really cooperating as much as maybe Marin would have liked. And that's just that's probably what delayed Jamie's pass a little bit there, is just trying to just hang on while the car in front of him blinks ever so slightly a little bit. And now going back to the battle for the lead in the GT4 class, it looks like Robbie starting to pull away ever so slightly, and really Martin needs to really turn on the jets here if he wants to keep himself in contention.
And that 249 of Contreras is closing on them. Maybe could even act as a bit of a wedge between these 2 cars and open up the gap, and Robbie will have a chance to drive away. At least that's what he's hoping for. Pearson in the 420 car, is hoping that this GT3 is patient and can get them both at the same time without causing him much time. But unlikely to happen, is it looks like it is indeed going to be a wedge. Hopefully does not slow down Pearson too much, but it looks like the GT3 is getting rather punchy, so it's going to work out in Martin's favor, and he's going to have closed that gap up completely to McAfee. Now McAfee is going to have to do his best to open that gap back up, but his teammate is within touching distance and is going to pull alongside coming up the run to Adenauer Forest.
And it looks like through that little left-hand kink there, it looks like Robbie is going to be able to hold on to this, but Martin's still right on the back bumper of his teammate now. The 2 Sapphire Sim Sport cars absolutely going at it in the final part of this race. And when they come out to the uphill straightaway, that could be Martin's best passing opportunity before they get to the back straightaway, because it's an uphill full throttle section, and through that's where the slipstream acts the strongest. When these cars can't really pull themselves up that hill, that slipstream just helps them so much, and that's where probably Martin will have his best shot to make a move before the back straightaway.
If you see Martin pull out and make a move, you may see Robbie tactically surrender that position and let the pass happen on that uphill to make it happen again on Dottinger. So this is a game of high-speed chess at this point. Who's going to make a move when? When do you give up spots? When do you take them back? It's all to play for.
Yeah, just probably, and actually, look at this. I believe Rachel probably just pitted this lap, and she played the strategy perfectly because she's right on the back bumper of Giancarlo Leeds. So now we have a battle not only for the lead of the GT4 class, but for P2 in the GT3 class.
So they pit on laps 25 and 26 respectively. Rachel pit late 1 lap later. Her time in the pit lane was 3.4 seconds faster, so she took less fuel. Neither took tires, and that gap has evaporated. Now we have a race for P2. Rachel Conkelly hot on the tail of Gonzalo Leita. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. YouTube chat has been trying to correct me on pronouncing his name. I believe it's Gonzalo. So now the race is on for P2.
Yeah, now, I would reckon I'm probably going to pull for Rachel in this fight. She's shown such pace lately in this race and in the final hour of the race, and I reckon if she can just hang on to it just a little bit more, she might end up with this spot by the time the race is all said and done now. And it looks like, going back to the GT4 battle, it looks like Robbie McAfee might have just pulled away enough to get this done. It looks like there might have been a mistake. Oh no, I got him backwards. Robbie McAfee made a major mistake heading up to the carousel, and that allows Martin Pearson through, and with a commanding lead now compared to what it has been, as now with almost a second lead.
Yes, now he's pulled out a bit of a lead, but we're back on board with the GT3s. Rachel biding her time. She has all the time in the world now, 12 minutes to make this move happen. That is an eternity around the Nordschleife. So we could see this come all the way down to the last lap. They are on their lap 27. They're likely to run 29 laps. So 2 laps and some more to get that move done. So they're approaching the sweeper, still maintaining contact, probably just biding her time, keeping the pressure on. Though she has the run out of the sweeper, is going to look to the outside, gives a bit of a lift, is just taking her time, letting Gonzalo know she's there, putting the race in his hands, keeping that pressure on. Can she force a mistake? Gonzalo, so far, keeping it together well, not having to go too defensive, sticking to the main racing line. This is all to play for here. Rachel has been the class of the GT3 field the entire race and is really showing how strong she is in this category, keeping the pressure dialed on to Gonzalo. This is going to be very hard for both drivers to keep this kind of distance at this pace around a track like this. It could force a mistake from either driver at any point. The other one needs to be there to capitalize. As we're looking back from Gonzalo's car to see that lurking Porsche of Rachel Conkley, that gap that was so big just a few minutes ago is now gone, as that prismatic car is lurking, ready to strike at the smallest hint of a mistake out of Gonzalo. He's got to keep it together. Gonzalo's been fast all day. After that lap 1 incident, the 288 car has worked its way back up through the field to that P2, now holding on for dear life under the pressure from that prismatic Porsche, following as they make their way through the uphill run now towards Bergwerk. It's going to be a long full throttle section here. We could possibly see a move out of Rachel as they make their run up the hill. The slipstream, as has been mentioned before, is a bigger effect on this uphill. As they run up to Courage Corner, it could be a game of chicken to see who is the bravest, who has the most courage, and if that courage steps over the line into foolhardiness. That's got to be nerve-wracking to see in your mirrors coming up the hill, knowing that if you make the slightest mistake, that position is going to be gone. Gonzalo managing to keep it together, open up the gap a little bit. Rachel playing it safe through the high-speed corners there to make sure that no mistake comes out of her. Easily able to keep in contact with Gonzalo as they make their run up to the carousel. We're on board now with Rachel, watching this chase unfold in real time. It's like watching a hunter stalk a deer. Rachel has been so much faster the past few laps. Now she has her prey in sight. Can she make this happen? Plenty of time to get this done. Stalking through some of these medium speed corners. And basically maintaining a gap, keeping that pressure on, not really looking to make a move yet. Will probably happen on the straightaway. But if there is a mistake out of Gonzalo, she will be there to capitalize. We see Gonzalo runs just a little bit wide of that apex. Not really going to affect the time too much, as Rachel is still there, just hunting, dagger clenched between her teeth, ready to strike. Now the run up through this bitty bit through a blind corner, gonna go through to the drop. There's a big drop here at the end of this. We see both cars settle down. Looks like the Porsche is able to make that landing just a little bit easier. We're coming up to a very long full throttle section that's very bendy, not really an opportunity to make a move, but we're approaching that all-important Dottinger straightaway where Rachel could get this move done. Alex, this is really getting exciting.
Yeah, most certainly. This has pretty much been a battle in both classes pretty much for the entire remaining half hour of this race. I think it looks like we will have 2 to go at the line, as it looks like Justin has just crossed. So I don't think we are on the final lap just yet. So still 2 more laps for these cars to battle it out to the end. And it's just going to be an absolutely astonishing race.
We've seen Rachel be very patient through this lap. She definitely has a pace. Now the slipstream, and how defensive will Gonzalo get, knowing that this is not the end of the race. He has a chance to fight back if the move happens now.
Yeah, and it looks like side by side down the straight now as Rachel Conkley down the Dottinger straight gets a great run, and it looks like not clear just yet. That Mercedes of Gonzalo still right there, but now Rachel gets clear, and it looks like she will have the advantage as they head into what should be the final lap. I'm actually not quite sure if this is the last lap or not. We'll have to keep an eye on the flagman as they head down the start-finish straight, but I don't see him anywhere. I don't think it is the last lap just yet of the race, so looks like these drivers still will have 2 more laps to battle this out.
So there's plenty of time for Gonzalo to fight back for this position. He just needs to maintain contact and make the move happen on the straightaway. He may even not pass if this is not white flag. He may wait for the white flag, but he needs to keep the pressure on. If Rachel's going to crack, he needs to be there to make sure that he can take advantage of any opportunity that's given to him.
Yeah, most certainly. And Gonzalo is starting to fall back just ever so slightly, and that just is not what he needs if he wants to hold on to the spot at all. Now is Gonzalo starting to fall back ever so slightly, and Rachel just doing a great job pulling away this gap, just hovering barely under a second now, the gap is over a second now. I was looking at the GT4 battle for the lead as Robbie has started to fall off a little bit from his teammate.
And we're seeing, yes, he's fallen off just a little bit, but still within contact. This could easily come back to him. He needs to close that gap up and get that pressure back onto his teammate to have a chance here at the end of the race. But they should be coming up to their white flag at the end of this lap. They still have quite a ways to go through this lap. They're on their lap 26. They should be running 27 laps. So they'll be coming to the white flag. So this battle will really start to shake out.
Yeah, most certainly is. Now uphill, this will be Robbie's best section to use this draft, is uphill straightaway. He'll have another one here after this corner. And I know I mentioned it before, but these uphill straightaways are vital to the success of using the slipstream on this circuit. Because as these cars go uphill, the gravity of just the way the earth works just wants to pull them back down, and it's just hard for a car to accelerate uphill. But using that slipstream, just with that leading car just punching a hole through the air, Robbie can just get such a massive run up the hill that it can really just bring it down entire seconds, and you can see that slipstream at work now. The gap almost under 0.7 of a second as they get down towards this complex of hairpins. Now, but no, Robbie's off track and into the wall. That's going to pretty much seal the deal for his teammate unless he can get that car woed up again and start to close that gap down. But now this is going to go really into the hands of Martin Pearson unless Robbie McAfee can find some more late race speed, but that might have just been it.
He's got some heavy suspension damage. He's going to have a lot of trouble bringing that car back to the pits, let alone maintaining any pace. His race is all pretty much essentially over. He does have quite a bubble back to P3. So if he still has a fast repair in hand, he can pull in, take that fast repair, and probably still maintain the lead. Now you have to also wonder, did he pick up enough for a drive-through penalty, which will further complicate that fast repair. If he pulls in and takes repairs, he'll have 40 seconds tacked onto that, which will make that lead back to Martin Truckee about 2/3 of what it is now.
Yeah, and you can just see he's still trying to push this car even with the way it's crab walking. Just looking at how much it's just shaking as he heads through these corners. You can see that the suspension is knocked out of alignment. The car just struggling to hang on, as you can see how Robbie is still just really trying to push this. You can see how he really has to turn to the right to get it to go straight at this point. So just in the exact opposite of what Robbie needed to happen at the moment. And this is just going to kill his race.
See, a lot of that damage is in the rear end of the car, which is making it very nervous, even in a straight line. I can't imagine how harrowing it is to drive through the corners now. You're seeing how little he has to turn the wheel to get the car to rotate because of how damaged that rear end is. Just wants to step out. So he's able to keep the wheel pretty straight as we see him drifting across the crest there. Very bold, to keep this much pace in the car with that level of damage. He knows that he's got to get the pace up if he's going to have any chance to come back at his rival. But chances are this is the end of the race for him.
Yeah, and I mean, this honestly might be the most impressive show of driving I've ever seen. I mean, oh no, that's going to further cement it. And wow, that is even a heavier contact, and that's what happens when you push a damaged car. That's probably going to knock it even further out of alignment. As I was just about to compliment him for how much he's able to push this car, even wow, it is completely destroyed, and that's going to further cement his problems as he now has to struggle down the Dottinger straight, as this car probably wants to step out even while it's in a straight line.
And as he gets more speed, it's going to get even wilder. It's going to quickly turn into Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. There's a steering wheel, and you can turn it if it makes you feel better, but it's not really going to do much. As you can see, he's got that wheel about 30 to 45 degrees to the right just to try to go straight. This is quite a handful to drive it, as he's really struggling to keep it straight. He's going to have issues getting through this last complex of corners. He's really going to have to slow down early and gently so that the car doesn't come out from underneath him and pull the car into pit lane. Wow, that is a handful.
Oh, keep it together. Oh, almost sent it right around as he had to brake to get it towards the pit lane. And Randall, you mentioned him having to slow down early. It looks like he did not care at all. He was still pushing it, even while the car is just absolutely annihilated. But there is still a battle in the GT4 class. This is between Jamie Southwell and Marin Truckee now, as it looks like Justin Barrera is going to head down the Dottinger straight for the second to last time and collect the white flag on the day here. And I mean, we still have a couple of battles to go over. I mean, there's still cars that are decently close in the GT3 class. You still got these two drivers in the GT4 class now, as it looks like, actually, no, that was the last lap. I think, yeah, no, Justin Barrera just won the race, or excuse me, Nathan Olson just won the race. I apologize. I did not think that was the last lap, but Nathan Olson victorious from the Nurburgring. Great drive from him, and now we just have to wait for everybody else to cross the line.
And that explains a lot. We just saw Rachel Conkley get very, very aggressive in traffic, getting around those GT4s, using them as a pick to open up that gap to Gonzalo, who now is trying to work his way around the second of the GT4s. It kind of breaks up this race for position in the GT4s, but the GT3s are trying to get this sorted out. Rachel chose the absolute correct time to be super aggressive in traffic and is now going to have an easy run to P2. Now that Gonzalo has gotten through, that gap has opened up to just over 4 seconds, and it's slipping away from Gonzalo now, though he's still going to finish on the GT3 podium. Rachel Conkley has a clean run to P2. Now we'll see if Jamie Southwell can close that gap up to Truckee or not, as we see Rachel coming on to Dottinger.
Yeah, and I would reckon that with this being pretty much the way the final portion of the race is going to be, I don't think Jamie can do much unless maybe Marin runs out of fuel or really messes something up in the final series of corners. Marin just has to just keep it easy, just keep it nice and smooth through the final complex of corners after the Dottinger straight, and he will have finished on the podium in the GT4 class, and he actually will be the first GT4 car to finish the races. Both of these Sapphire SimSport cars are going to have to go around the Nordschleife once more.
That's right. Where the overall leader managed, P1 and 2 have to take one additional lap. P3 and 4 are going to finish a lap down from the leaders. If third and fourth overall, technically they were on the same lap, but the overall leader got them one more time. So their race is going to end one lap shorter than P1 and 2. So good news for the Sapphire SimSport Bravo team. That damage and repair happened before the overall leader caught him. So he is guaranteed P2.
Yeah, and one thing that I actually forgot to mention is the Empire Racing car just crossed the line to win the day of the GT3 class, driven by Scott Kimbrough for the last half of this race in that BMW. A great showing from them in what I believe is their first race in the WSRL Endurance Series. That's probably why their number isn't correct, as and just absolutely fantastic showing from them. They dominated today. Nobody could really catch up to them, and just a fantastic victory for that team.
They showed a lot of pace throughout the day, keeping a very steady pace, and managed to bring home the win when it looked like it was going to go all Prismatic's way all day. Rachel Conkley, really gutsy drive to bring that back to P2. We're on board now with Jesse Olsen in P7, who's had his share of issues, his share of battles on track. Now in P7 with a 1.4 second gap over P8. This could get interesting on the race to the line.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit is if that GPVA PPA Racing Team car can get the gap within a second by the time they get to the Dottinger Straight, maybe Marini could have a shot to try and give Jesse Olsen a run for his money. So we have to keep an eye on this, as they're going to have one final complex of corners that they will have to slow down for before the Dottinger Straight. And if the move isn't made down the Dottinger Straight, I don't think Marini could make it anywhere else. So he has to get this gap closed up now if he wants a shot. And it looks like just pretty much smooth driving from Jesse Olsen now. No, the gap is under a second just then. So it looks like a great push from Marini now is going to make these two have to battle down the Dottinger Straight.
And that there's a lap down car that number 324 of Ortiz is going to provide a slipstream to Olsen that could make this move harder to pull off. We'll see if he manages to pull over to the side and lift off to get this out of the way as early as possible. But the closing speed is just not there because Jesse Olsen is also getting that draft. So it looks like some timely lap traffic going to play into Jesse's hands.
Yeah, and that's going to really help Jesse Olsen out here, as it looks like that's going to negate all the effect that maybe Marini would have had here. And that, I think, is just going to give this spot to Jesse Olsen now as they head to the final couple of corners. Marini being very brave on the brakes. They're not giving up. But it looks like through the final corner, it's going to go to Jesse Olsen. He will take P7, and Mariano Marini will have to settle for a P8 now. A little bit of a flash of the headlights there. And it looks like the only couple of cars we are waiting on is one more LMP2 car, about 4 GT3 cars, and then the leaders of the GT4 class. And now Thomas Fisher just hanging on here, just trying to finish this race. He'll head down the Dottinger Straight now. He'll be the only car to do it in this time frame in that number 92 Sapphire SimSport Charlie Dallara LMP2 car. And just a great job from him here tonight. It was a great uphill battle all day from them.
Yes, all things considered, the issues that they've had through the race to bring it home P4 is a pretty good finish. So way to persevere and have a good recovery run to bring it home in that 4th position. Still going to get a good handful of points out of this and be challenging for the podium overall in the points.
Yeah, and it looks like the final slew of GT3 cars are heading down the Dottinger Straight at the moment. Thomas Fisher going to be the next car to come across the line. It's a pretty good job from him all race, and he ends up winning the day and it looks like just a little bit of fun. Yeah, I thought there might have been an incident there for those drivers just having a little bit of fun. They've already finished the race, and here are the final couple of GT3 cars that have yet to cross the line. The Shut Up and Drive It A2 car of Eric Lightsky, the GPVA PPA Racing Team BMW of Julio Contreras, and then the Natural Sur La Porfia Racing Team, I want to say a BMW, can't tell right now. Yes, it is a BMW driven by Patricio Montevero. Now down the Dottinger Straight, and now we're going to have a nice send-off for the GT4 class, as at the current moment, Martin Pearson is about to turn on the Dottinger Straight for the final time today.
There's a bit of a victory lap for Martin here, as he and his teammate were the only 2 cars on this lap once the overall leader caught the rest of the GT4 field. So getting the victory lap in here, just bringing it home, shouldn't have any fuel issues. Running a little bit wide on the Dottinger, but he's got a huge gap over P2 after that incident with McAfee running wide and hitting the wall. So a 40-second gap, just bringing home the groceries now. Going to be an easy win for the last lap and a half here for Martin Pearson.
Yeah, and he really lucked out with that incident that Robbie McAfee had there, because Robbie almost had that pretty much sealed, but unfortunate mistakes from him that Martin Pearson was able to take advantage of. And into the final complex of corners, Martin Pearson, great battle from him all day, got the pitch strategy absolutely perfect to give us a great battle with his teammate, but he will end up on top at the end of the day, and Martin Pearson down in the final straight will win the GT4 class from the Nurburgring Nordschleife. And absolutely fantastic race from him here today. Did the perfect job taking advantage of other mistakes and just really just putting himself in the perfect position to win. And here's Robbie McAfee now about to finish his race.
They're going to bring it home P2, a very lucky P2 that they didn't get caught by the overall leader while limping home with that damaged car. They didn't have to deal with the cars behind them for position. So all things considered, going to have a very strong finish, though they're going to be left wondering what could have been.
Most certainly is. Now Robbie is going to head off the final corner and down the front straightaway to end up P2 in the GT4 field, as it looks like we have a couple of people already starting to head into the interview waiting room. So it looks like now we can pull up your race results for you today. And if we can do that real fast, Randall, once Dustin gets those up for us, why don't you take us through them for the LMP2 class?
Moradness Sapphire with the overall win for the third race in the row. The number 70 car is on the top step of the podium and brings that car into victory lane with a 1.5 minute gap over the 98 of Metamorphosis, Justin Barrera. The Wrong Stuff Black comes home P3. Sapphire Sim Sport Charlie with their uphill battle today manages to bring home P4. Vaporworks Motorsports Racing Team, the number 86 LMP2 entry, comes in one lap down in P5. Moradness Green had to retire after multiple incidents, 20 laps down in P6. And Prismatic Motorsports Freya, who was fighting for the lead very early in the race and had some issues, had an incident, got collected and sent into the wall. Heavy contact, 23 laps down, finishes P7 in the LMP2 category.
And on to the GT3 Pro-Am results. The Empire Racing Team ends up with an easy victory by over a minute back to Prismatic Motorsports Athena. Then it's the DS Racing MV Skin Lab Team back to the Shut Up and Drive It G2 back to the Shut Up and Drive It G2 team. Then the Prismatic Motorsports Brigantia team, followed up by the GPVA PPA Racing team. And then the DS Racing car had an uphill battle for that team today, just not really able to get the cars in the best position as they would have liked. Then 3 Shut Up and Drive It teams led by B1 in P9, then A1 in P10, and then G1 rounds out the GT3 Pro-Am field in P11.
In your GT3 AM, we see Moradness Purple come home P4 overall in the GT3 category, P1 in the AM category, with a nearly 2-minute gap over GPVA Natural Cirla Porfia Racing in P2, GPVA PPA Racing Team in P3, Shut Up and Drive It A2 brings it home P4 in the AM category, Natural Cirla Porfia Racing Team in P5, Prosciutto Punch Racing Team, who had a pretty nice lead in the points in the AM category coming into this race, going to give up a lot of those points, finishing P6. Tabula Rasa Esports coming home P7. GPVA GM Hungaski Racing Team in P8. Moradness Black in P9. Rabbit Chase Racing finishing 24 laps down. I think victim to one of those early incidents in P10.
And onto the GT4 class to round out the race results for today. The Sapphire Simsport Alpha team beats the Sapphire Simsport Bravo team here at the Nurburgring. It was a great final half-hour battle between those two, but Martin Pearson ends up bringing his team home with the win. When it's all said and done, then the MIA team Merck ends up P3 with the Wrong Stuff UK team in 4th, and the 499 Racing team in P5 with the Sapphire Simsport Delta team ends up P6 after what looks like a crash early on, and looks like we can start getting to some race interviews. So Randall, who have you managed to pull in first from our slew of winners?
Your overall winner, Nathan Olson in the LMP2, running solo today, and the Moradness Sapphire team car. Nathan, we saw a couple more of those almost human-like mistakes, but you still managed to bring it home in P1. Tell us about your race.
It was a little rough. This track is pretty hard. But luckily between the mistakes, there was enough pace that I built that gap that allowed me to have room to make mistakes. So it ended up okay at the end.
So we talked to you mid-race, and we knew that you were flying solo today. Did the solo flight manage to come out and bite you a little bit, or were you feeling fine the whole time?
I mean, other than like having to pee, it was fine. This track's a little bit rougher on the wrists and the fingers than other tracks since you're turning just pretty much constantly. There's a lot of bumps. But I mean, I feel fine right now, so it worked out.
So do you think you're going to be able to keep the streak alive next race in Watkins Glen?
We'll see. I know that Watkins Glen and Sebring are really strong tracks for the other Moradness drivers. And just like overall, those are tracks that everyone seems to have better pace on because they're more raced normally, so people have more practice on them. So I hope we can keep it up. But I predict those races are going to be a lot closer than the races previously.
So far, Nathan, your team is the only team that has been on the top step of the LMP podium. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or thank?
Yeah, I'll thank Dan. Just since he's not here, I'll thank him. He's been a great teammate this whole time. I'll thank Moradness and all the guys, Stu, Daniel himself, and Dion. They help a lot with setups and strategies and like coaching and helping us just develop. And then I'll thank my dad for the rig and all of his work. He's always very supportive. That's pretty much it.
All right. Well, congratulations on another race win, Nathan, and maybe we'll see you back here again in Watkins Glen. And if not, maybe again in Sebring.
Hopefully.
That was your overall winner, Nathan Olson. And I think, Alex, you have Bobby Flack, our GT3 winner.
Yep, I sure do. And Bobby, it was a great job from you. Pretty quiet race up there in the front, driving that BMW, and that was because you were so far ahead. We didn't have much to talk about for you. It was a great race from you today.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's what a great race. Really happy to get the win today. I mean, I don't know if you saw that we did the old spin to win today. I made it interesting for us at the start, but we were able to get some breaks and had good pace, and Scott did the rest for us. I mean, man, that guy flies.
Yeah, you guys were absolutely flying out there today. And how was that BMW out there? I know this track is very challenging for a lot of drivers, but what was it like to you?
I may not be the best person to ask. I'm relatively new to this place, but it seemed to be the most comfortable with the curbs and everything. I'm not sure it was the exact fastest car. The Porsche might have been had a little more pace, but many curbs and bumps and stuff. So the BMW is always nice and comfy out there.
Yeah, and it was absolutely fantastic race from you today. Anybody you want to thank, give a shout out to before we let you go?
Just shout out to Scott, my teammate Scott Kimbrough. He's so fast, and it's really lucky to be able to pace after him in practice sessions. So him and the rest of Team Empire, Rocket Designs, and Windrider.com, as well as thanks everybody for putting the show on, and you guys as well. So thank you very much.
Well, it looks like unless Randall has anything for you, that is all we have for you today. Congrats on the win. We'll hope to see you up here once more in the next race from Watkins Glen.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thank you very much.
No problem. And that was Bobby Flack. And Randall, I believe you are on standby with Matthew O'Leary.
That's right.
I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Your GT3 AM category winner, Matthew O'Leary from Moradness Purple. Matthew, what a race out there, buddy.
Oh, man, thank you. It was absolutely incredible. This track is just so much flow, and You just have to be focused the entire time. You know, you space out for 1 second and it's over. So just, you know, I keep on hearing Daniel Morad, you know, it's all between the ears. So I just tried to keep it focused out there. Made a couple mistakes trying to get past a couple of GT4s and put it in the wall once, but I was able to keep it going, only down like 4 seconds on pace. So I just finished out the stint and came in. But, you know, love this track, and it was a great race overall. I wish I could have put it on the podium, but, you know, it's close enough for me. I'll take the AM win.
I was just about to ask about that. It looked like you were a shoe-in for the overall podium, and then suddenly Rachel Conkley happened. Tell me about how quickly she closed you down and what you thought as you saw her approach.
Honestly, I could see the relative just melting away. So my main thought was just I'm gonna let this one go. She definitely had way better pace, so I wasn't trying to hold anybody up there. It would, like I said, it would have been nice, but I'm super happy with that.
So I will commend you. I noticed a few times that you determined that discretion was the better part of valor, and kind of, I don't want to say gave up a spot, but tactically surrendered position and maintained overall pace. What was your strategy going into this race for dealing with traffic?
Basically that. I mean, there's so many parts of this track where in order to really keep your foot down, you're going completely back and forth across the track. So trying to give that up a little bit early. I think I might have scared the Skin Lab team a little bit, not giving it up quite enough into one turn, but thankfully, you know, they went around the outside, and I was just focused on that overall AM win. And I think the GPVA team, they have incredible pace. I mean, they outqualified me by quite a bit, and so to be able to be ahead of them, I was just focused on finishing it out.
Well, congratulations on your win in the AM category. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or thank?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, everybody in the Madness crew, you know, like I said, Daniel's in my head. You got Stu in my head, you know, and it's super helpful. All the advice that they give. You know, I may not have had a lot of strategy. I was just focused on surviving, but, you know, having this beautiful ginger liveried car and, you know, Oceana Coffee is one of our sponsors too, helping us out. It's absolutely incredible, you know. So thanks to all those guys, and to my teammate Dustin as well, who is there helping me out all the way around. Definitely wasn't our intent to go solo on it, but after that start and just my pace out there, I felt great. The secret sauce setups that we get with Dion Fialo, the thing was incredibly stable throughout the full stint, full fuel, no fuel, double stinting tires. So, you know, I give it up to the team, and yeah, I just have to say I love this track. So that helped a lot.
It certainly does help. This is one of those tracks that a lot of people love, and you can see some surprise winners. Hopefully next week we see you back up here again, and it won't be a surprise whenever you
hope so. Thanks. Yeah, I hope so for Watkins Glen. And also shout out to you guys for the broadcast. I'm going to go back and watch it. And also, you know, Will Coffee and all the guys in WSRL putting this on. It's been an incredible series so far. So looking forward to the next few.
Well, congratulations on your win. That was Matthew O'Leary, your GT3 AM winner. And Alex, I'm going to give you none other than Martin Pearson, the GT4 guy.
Well, Martin, it seemed like Robbie McAfee had that pretty much all together throughout the entire race, but all of a sudden, that final pit stop comes around, and you are right on top of him. What had to happen there?
Yeah, Robbie had great pace all day. Yeah, shout out to him. He did absolutely fantastic. I couldn't catch him on pace. I knew that. I did let him into a little bit of a secret about the fuel save, but then on that final stop, I was like, let's throw all caution to the wind. I won't take tires, and I'll put in the exact amount of fuel that I need. So that's what made the difference in the end.
Yeah, and it was just a fantastic final half-hour battle between the both of you. What was it like on your end, having a teammate as hard as you did?
It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant fun. Robbie's a good, clean racer, and I like to think myself the same. Yeah, it was pretty adrenaline-filled after
3.5 hours in of pure concentration, just trying to get around this place safely and at a reasonable pace. Then we popped out together, and it was as I say, I knew I wouldn't have the ultimate pace on him, but I was like, damn it, I'm going to give it a good go. And I think Robbie made a little mistake, hit the wall halfway around one of the laps, and that's put pay to the battle. But no, it was brilliant fun, and we were both in the same Discord channel, and it's like, as much as I want to win this race, I also really love for us to just come home 1-2, so we still managed to do that. It's a really good day.
Yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic race to watch from up here. It looked like a lot of fun from up here, being able to watch that. And anybody you want to thank before we let you go?
Oh, crikey. I thought I was prepared for this question. There's the rest of the Sapphire Sim Sport guys. I know Charlie and P2 had a bit of a rough day, but brought it home in fourth place, so well done to those guys. We had a bit of a administration faff around with one of our other GT4s, which is unfortunate because everyone's been putting in a fair amount of effort, but no, well done to everybody for putting in a good effort today, and the league organisers, and I thought the traffic was really, really well handled. I know everyone was really cautious and patient, and everyone was a bit scared about what it would be, but actually on such a large circuit we didn't actually see traffic very often, and with the big gaps other people had, even though we didn't have a big gap, they gave us some space and gave us time, which was to allow our race to continue, which was really, really nice. So I saw that when an LMP2 car, Aubrey Kundal in the Wrong Stuff Black team, caught you guys in the final part of the Nordschleife before you guys headed on to the Dottinger Straight. And I remember Aubrey sat in line behind you guys and just waited until Aubrey had the perfect moment to get around without having to interfere for the race, without having to interfere for the GT4 lead. So it looked like a very well managed day in terms of traffic, and definitely a great job overall from everybody. But unless Randall has something for you, that is going to be it, or that's all I have for you today. So other than that, fantastic race from you, and just have a good day. Thank you very much. Quick shout out to Stephen Koshko. He couldn't be here in the car today. He's got his foot in a cast, unfortunately, so hopefully he'll be back for the next round, but best wishes to him.
Most certainly. Hopefully he'll be back with you by the time we get to Watkins Glen, and good luck there.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy.
And that was Martin Pearson, who took the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha team to GT4 victory lane today. And Randall, before we round off the stream, is there anybody you want to thank? Or excuse me, I just asked you an interview.
Well, you're in interview mode, aren't you?
I was in interview mode just then. Let me try that once more. Before we round off the stream, is there any final thoughts you have?
Well, as we see just about any time any race comes to the Nordschleife, it's about survival of the fittest, and that's what decided at least the GT3 race. The car that survived with the least amount of damage ultimately came home, even if it wasn't necessarily the fastest car on track. So when you come to the green hell, it's all about survival.
I personally am still impressed with the amount of mistakes we saw from Nathan Olson. I mean, that is a driver that just exudes the definition of concentration. Just no mistakes, just perfectly clean driving. And that was the first time I've ever seen Nathan Olson really struggle, was here at the Nurburgring. But other than that, fantastic race, and it looks like that is going to do it for us. My name is Alex Andersen. I've been joined. Completely forgot about something. We got to do the upcoming broadcast. Apologies, I completely forgot about that. I'm gonna pull that up real fast, and we can go through those real quick before I attempt that once more. So the upcoming broadcasts tonight at 8:10 p.m. At 8:10 p.m. EST, the XSLR Championship returns with the Volkswagen Beetle Lights at Crandon International Raceway. That is an absolutely electric track. You're going to want to be there. And then tomorrow night, the XTC, the Cross Touring Cup Championship, returns for their final race of the season at Le Mans with the GT3 and GT4 car. With the GT3 and GT4 cars, it's their final race of the season and their second of 2 hour-and-a-half long races. And then Tuesday at
at 8:50 p.m. EST, the WSRL Normal Series returns with the LMP2 and GT3 cars from the Red Bull Ring. And then on Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, the WSRL Indy Road Series is at Belle Isle with the Dallara IR18 Indy cars. And then on Thursday, also at 9:15 p.m. EST, the Spec 5 World Tour returns once more with the Mazda Miata MX-5 Cup cars from Phillip Island. The last time they raced there, the race for the win was 3 wide coming to the checkered flag, so you're not going to want to miss that. And I know this isn't on the graphic, but just for reference, the next WSRL endurance race is November 27th at Watkins Glen. So now let's try this once more. That is going to do it for us. My name is Alex Andersen. I have been joined in the commentary booth by Randall, McGrew. Shout out to Tom Dillon, who was in here beforehand, and Dustin Allis for being our wonderful producer here for all 4 hours. And from the Slow Motion Broadcasting team, from the WSRL Endurance Series, from the Nurburgring Combined Circuit, have a good day.